Hey,
It's a bit laggy tonight. This isn't
it
it?
is, isn't it?
Well, I'll tell you something now. Apologies for a little delay. We've been waiting 2 minutes for this blooming thing to get going. Apparently, there's a high demand going on, so it looks like we're not the only people watching the clock tick down on D-Day. Obviously, it's transfer deadline, and you've got us for 3 hours for anybody that's out there watching. Because I'm sure everybody else will be watching
Anybody who's
who's
really sad.
who's really interested, yeah. Because there seems to be a lot more going on elsewhere than there is on us. And as you can see on the side of the screen there, any updates that come along, they'll be on there straight away. So we're watching as you are. But from all the rumours that had been starting to, I would say, gather some speed, seems to have all gone quiet over on the northeast news front. So,
Certainly, as far as any incomings are concerned.
yeah, it's one of those unfortunate things. But I suppose, it's like everything else. I mean, we did the show earlier on, and you read between the lines, and even the experts, and I'm classing Win as one of them experts, because he's obviously Mister Know It All with it when it comes to numbers, the number crunching. Even the experts out there still think that we have a little bit of leeway. But whether obviously they are looking at it and gambling that this is it, and they're going to go forward with this, with what we've got, and it's a massive gamble. But anyway, we're gonna do some housework, and then we're just going to have a chat amongst us, and Chris is going to join us in about an hour's time, and then from there, let's see what happens. So again, welcome to everybody that's watching across all of the platforms. Thanks to everybody working in the background. Do a great job as always. Don't forget to hit that like button. It obviously just help us get further as a channel to other supporters. Subscribe. It's totally free. Hit the bell for future content. We do lots of shows throughout the week. So if you hit the bell, you'll get a notification that we are going live, which is predominantly what we guys do. If you want to support the channel, help us grow, you can become a member. It's a small monthly fee and it gives you a chance of winning a prize. We should be having a couple of giveaways very imminently, I would imagine.
Yep.
Don't forget to check out our webpage as well, NUFC That's up to date news as we get it from the right sources. Like I say, it's been a bit quiet apart from outgoings, so there's nothing really to talk about on the incoming
Well,
side.
there's something here that.
Let me just finish this off with, and then we'll
Oh,
cut straight
sorry.
to you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
If you've got a question, obviously you can put it a queue in there. But if you want to guarantee the question read out, then obviously you can use the super chat and fire it our way. And as soon as we see it, we will mention you. Anybody that becomes a member during the show, like I say, we're going to have a three-hour show. So any new members or any of our members that want to gift a membership out there, you will be obviously highlighted and thanked as we go. So, sorry, mate, what was you saying? Have you got anything breaking there, your side?
Well, it's interesting because in the forum, we've got one of our main contributors saying Newcastle in late move for Man United's Garnacho on loan.
Ooh.
Sky discussing. So Mason, ever on the ball, is saying, well, Connor, where was it you got this from? Because there ain't no other than have there been. I mean, could it have been just two punters saying, if I was Newcastle, I might think about getting Garnacho on loan,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or something like that,
Something of that ilk.
as opposed to it being a kind of a firm uh,
Yeah, well, the only thing that they're
inquiry,
talking
shall we
about,
say?
yeah, the only thing that they're talking about, as I can see here, and I'm going back like 10 minutes here now, because it's all about Asensio going to Villa and the like.
Yeah.
Um, but Middlesbrough announced the Iheanacho signing, so that's a good one for them from Seville. And I mean, obviously, it's more about injuries, if I'm honest with you, because obviously Dragusin now is out for the season with an ACL, and it looks like Martinez from the other United is also out for the season because he's got an ACL injury now. So the other United are absolutely in desperate doors at the minute, and obviously with people turning them down and going to Villa, and Spurs, they are in a bit of a pickle. But no, I've got nothing on my side, mate, and I'm on the actual Sky transfer live blog as I speak. So
Okay,
nothing there
well,
at the minute.
I've got no idea what this lady is about to be saying, but let me just get this. I'll have to bring that over here.
Have you
Uh,
got something flashing up
I
on
have
your
indeed. I've
screen?
got,
Ooh.
but I don't know what it. Should I listen first to what she's saying just
You
before
can
we
do, mate.
go?
You can do. I'm just going to
Yeah.
have a quick look at obviously anything that's, um, I'll say, nothing that's going to ignite us. But obviously, Disasi will not sign for Spurs. That was 1 minute ago. Despite the work being done to get Axel Disasi
Oh,
move, the centre back will not be going to Spurs. The news reports earlier today that the work had been done to try and arrange a loan move for the centre back away from Chelsea. But Tottenham and Aston Villa are both interested in a loan deal until the end of the season. So interesting.
well, I'm just pleased I didn't put that up. Thanks, Mason.
And what was it?
It was what do they call the bird who does Man
Oh,
United reporting on Sky?
I have no idea.
Well, neither have I. But anyway, it was her. And I don't know whether it was AI or whatever, but there was some very suggestive noises in the background going on, in, interspersed with her allegedly talking about
Oh my days.
Newcastle being in for Garnacha.
Yeah, yeah. That
Either
is.
that or it was a donkey in the background laughing. Ee-aw, ee-aw, ee-aw.
Yeah, that would have been an absolute cracking start to the show, mate.
So wouldn't it?
All right,
Cheers,
well,
Mason, mate.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're probably going to end up with. Yeah, I mean, literally, we are going to end up with like just sitting there talking about everybody else apart from Newcastle tonight, aren't we? Um, so yeah, I mean, we were on the show earlier. Like I say, we came to some agreement that there is definitely some money there. But it obviously seems now, from everything that I've read and everything that is obviously not happening at Newcastle as we speak, it very much looks like they're trying to look at around this 100 million mark to go and throw at players in the summer, which
Yeah, well,
seems,
it seems suicidal to me that because the summer could be too late. You know, we've seen four very, very mediocre performances the last four games
yeah, yeah,
on the back of that run. Now, Eddie is historically very adept at putting these runs together, and they all tend to come unstuck against the same type of teams. And you know, as we're just repeating what was said, but he has said himself that you need one player in every window to freshen the squad up, to prevent things becoming stale.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
and I mean, you can argue that we got Kelly and Asula last time, but you know, in reality, they are not going to freshen the squad up, as we say.
No, it's weird, isn't it? Because, like, it sounds very much now that he's contemplating. Well, the only backup we've got now is the young uns, isn't it?
Mhm.
If you was to look through the squad now, with two bench players,
And then what you do then is you play the same 11 all the time,
all the time without any
who become
changes.
stale, and then you're increasing your risk of injuries and suspensions and everything else that goes with it. When you get tired players they make mistakes and they commit fouls that would normally be good tackles, but they become fouls because they're just not up to speed. And we've got a question from Geordie Dan, which quite a few people over the months have been suggestion. Should we just go all out, buy who we want, and take a points hit? as we will already lose points by getting beat. It's just gone off there by teams around us who have strengthened. It looks to have not affected Forest at all. Yeah, well, Forest are the example of taking a points hit and really benefiting from it, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
I think they're an anomaly though, and I think
But it's like I said, they had the points last season when it didn't matter
yeah,
because they were obviously struggling towards the tail end of the table when they had the points. And obviously back then it was, if you listen to all the fans, it was a case of, you know, they were more concerned of relegation as daft it looks.
yeah, yeah.
Um, and obviously, yes, they've turned a corner, and they have, you know, where everybody, you know, question marks. Nunes has put a side together by hook or by crook, and it feels to me as if we've had the raw end of that deal. You know, not only have we spent some question mark on £20 million for a keeper that obviously Eddie doesn't rate. Because at times, especially when Pope was available, I mean, we've had Ruddy on the bench. You know what I mean? So yeah, we've not really seen anything of Ode since we bought him. It is a strange one, and yet you look at Anderson, who's gone the other way, and I'm saying he's setting trees on fire, but he's obviously performing really well.
Doing a
And
job.
sitting in that hole. I mean, I think for me, the biggest problem that I foresee at Newcastle is we have got a very strong 11, and it's going to take some player. And I mean, I know there's going to be people that will say, well, the right wing, blah, 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 is our weak link. But it is going to take some player to actually um, get into this 11. You know what I mean? As when they're firing well. Now, obviously, you know, we said it, you know, a couple of weeks ago. It only needs a couple of injuries, and that team is decimated, especially to injuries in the right areas. And back then, obviously, we'd still got quite a few centre backs. Now one of them has gone, so the centre back role, we've only got one spare centre back now that is of any worth. And you know, there's again, you talk about people saying Botman should be in. Well, who do you drop? And like I said, you know, we've also Fabian Shaw's performances recently haven't been world beater at all. There was question mark, obviously, about Dan Burns' position and whether he should come out the side the other day. And I think that the thing for me is the fact that if we get an injury now in any of the main positions, we are really struggling. You know what I mean? And I think what we could potentially do, and I don't know whether you want to do this, um, we could go through the squad and have a look at, you know, contracts. We can have a look at all the bits and pieces that we've got um, coming forward. There's obviously, it's faded a little bit now, but, you know, there's still interest in Kieran Trippier. There seems to be a lot.
Well,
Also, BSA Newcastle just announced Lloyd
assuming
Kelly loan to Juve,
assuming
subject to international clearance.
assuming Trips stays,
Yeah,
uh, the squad available for Arsenal, as Connor put up in the forum, is we've got 5 goalies, but essentially we'll have Pope and Dubs there, obviously. And then you've got Tino, Trips, Hall, Craft, Botman, Byrne, and Shea. So that's 7 players to cover 4 positions.
4 positions.
In the midfield, you've got Bruno, Tonali, Willock, Miley, Longstaff, with J7 being injured now. And up front, we've got Gordon, Murphy, Isaac, and Asula.
Yeah.
So
That's what I said. You know, with Barnes being out, you've got no real cover for that left wing position now.
yeah,
We've got nobody on the right wing at all to come on to
but,
cover Murphy if
yeah,
anything happens to Murphy. We've lost one of the midfield three with J7 potentially being out for a month. Um, And that's what I said. We listen. We've said previously about Kraft. Kraft's a good player. But when he's played in that right centre back, he's done a job. But it's not a natural position for him, is it? So that's what I said. When you look at it, you know, will Shaw get another contract agreement after in June? Well, I think we have to. I think our hands are tied unless we go out there and start buying um, two or three right centre backs. I think we have to sign the likes of Fabian Shaw on an extension. Now, as daft as it looks, the difference being in the situation that we're in now is actual fact. Fabian Shaw holds all the cards. He can demand whatever he wants now, and we have to bite the bullet and agree to whatever that demand is. Or we go down to literally Lascelles, who will obviously be gone, I would imagine, come June anyway.
Oh, we give him another contract.
I can't see there being an extension on Lascelles' contract, not now. But and that's what drives me insane because for me, that's been another frail area for me. Right centre back, and it should have been something that should have been dealt with a lot sooner rather than later. And we seem to be literally in a bit of a catch-22 now when it comes to players' contracts coming to an end in June because there's still a few of them, I believe, that have actually gone in June. Anything else? There was a couple of things that I saw come up in the chat, matey. I don't know.
I've started a few of them.
Go on, then I'll let you crack on with them.
Gog sings saying, hello, Gogs. I haven't seen you before. Welcome,
Hi,
my
Gogs.
friend.
Yeah.
Well done to you all for keeping today going. Bless. Oh, there's Tiger in. Win seems to be giving up on Eddie and the happy clapper life. Not at all. Listen, I've got me lucky rescue dog here tonight. That's going to come to the rescue at the 11th
That's
hour.
going to win us the
I hope.
prize. Oh my days! I'm just looking at any.
And Beer Viking is saying Newcastle just announced Lloyd Kelly's loan deal to Juve, subject to national clearance. Yeah, that was a bit earlier, I think.
Yeah. So I'm just looking,
And
at...
that clearance is sorted now, I believe.
So these are. I mean, I've gone on to Capology now because obviously that's where we looked where the wages are and things like that. So players that are going out of contract in June is Emil Kraft. Now, we still owe 2.8 on him according to what we've got, but obviously that will be paid off at the end of his contract. I think he deserves another contract, if I'm honest.
What's he now, 30?
Is he 29 or 30? He's got to be coming up to that, hasn't he?
Doesn't that tell you there? Should do.
Not on mine, no.
No.
Well, it probably does if I actually press on him. Where am I? The trouble is, the one thing, this is the reasons why I don't use Capology that much, because there's a massive ad that goes right over the top of everything you want to watch or you want to see, which drives me insane. So you have to get on it to clear it, but it never clears fully. So what have I... Oh, crikey, what's that?
So he is 30, yeah. Date of
He's
birth.
30.
Just turned 30.
I was going to say, I didn't know whether he's coming up to 30 or he's already 30.
August the 2nd, 94.
Right.
And expires June 95.
That's going to drive me
And
insane.
he's on 55k. So he would be looking for more than that, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. So who else is...
Well, I'm saying that, somebody else has got to pay him for him to turn a bid down that we made for him.
Yeah, but it's like I said, what we've got to be careful of doing, and this is what we were saying before, it's okay getting rid of everybody. That's the simple fact. The problem is, once you get rid of them, who's going to fill the void? Because you can't go out there and spend big money on everybody, because there's still quite a lot. I'm going to come off this because it drives me insane. I'm going to let me go on to another one. Because that one is just literally littered with right, let's have a quick look on here. So we've got a squad of 28 according to Transfer Market, which isn't too bad. Yeah, you're right, Crafty's, as you've already seen. Just coming up to that. So let's have a quick look at some of these. I mean, you know, you look at some of these values for some of these players, and it makes you wonder why they're on our books. I mean, Gillespie, he cannot get another deal, surely. Just trying to see if I can get.
So the June 2025. Well, they say they've got Lewis Hall here on 20 because they haven't got his new one, and they've still got him on $7,000 a week.
Well, there's a couple that haven't. There is no contract length.
No details. But that's because to be fair, Capology only go off published.
Yeah, but that's not Capology now.
Accounts.
I've come off that. I've gone back onto Transfer Market because of all the ads. Oddy, there's no contract details for him. His market value 7 million, and we paid apparently 20 for him. Anthony Gordon, obviously, we know he's just had an extension to his contract, but there's no information regarding that. And they've got him down as a market value of 60. Lewis Hall, market value of 25. Again, no contract details. But his performance
good luck
season,
trying to get Lewis Hall for 25 million.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't move Lewis Hall if you triple that, to be fair.
No,
because of his age and what he's going to give you in another couple of years' time. He could be one of those defenders that goes for over 100 mil, as daft it looks, in a couple of years' time when he's got a bit more experience underneath him. So obviously we've got John Ruddy. Again, no idea why he came, because obviously apart from coaching side of things, he's not really been involved in anything.
But I think that's the deal, isn't it? That's why.
Absolutely. Martin Dubravka, obviously, though I heard there was some talk earlier on that Martin Dubravka has signed he's very close to signing a new contract. Now, whether that's another 12 months onto what he's already got, I don't know. I've just heard something come in there, so.
Yeah, Mighty Mag.
Mighty Mag, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mighty Mag.
Thank you, buddy. Do you know where that's gone to, mate?
I will tell you presently.
Oh, Newcastle United clips. There you go.
Indeed, Newcastle United clips, whoever they are. But
welcome on board, everybody.
Yeah.
And thank you very much, Mighty Mag, for your very kind donation and your gift. Yeah, so it's a strange one, if I'm honest, because
wait a minute, what's this breaking here?
Oh, we got something coming in.
There on the left on the screen. What's that? Can't read it. Just a minute.
Given frustrated with Newcastle business. When I heard that there were breaking news from Newcastle, I was off my seat. It's frustrating. We're the richest club in the world, but there seems to be a block on getting players in. This could have been an opportunity to go and compete to win the Premier League. The finances are there, but they are having to balance the books in the sales of Almiron and Kelly. I was at City when the takeover happened there, and it was a player after player coming in, and they shot up the Premier League. Newcastle fans are just frustrated.
Well, said Shea Given.
Yeah, that's from Shea Given. And that's the sentiments from.
I just saw the badge there for a moment, and I thought,
yeah, cool. I'm glad you kept an eye on that one because, like I say, that's what we're going to have to watch. Is obviously as it drops into Sky's laps, it'll flash up on there. But again, it's just despondency, isn't it, from everything that we are hearing from everybody else. Um, Obviously, Keith Gillespie, the tea maker, he's the social media boy. He's going to obviously
Uh,
disappear off the books.
the social secretary.
Their social secretary, yeah. Callum Wilson, I think, will be gone because obviously he's just becoming a little bit more of a hindrance these days. But it's
Well,
Fabian Schär for me. I mean, he's 32, mate. He's 32, and if he can't make 20 games a season now, um, like I said, I think his days have gone. I think his best days are behind him. But
sorry, who on about there, Gary?
Callum Wilson,
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know me, I love Callum, but
I know, and that's what I'm saying. I respect what Callum Wilson's done.
especially if he comes back like proper fit, he will be busting a gut to uh, prove to any would-be, any potential buyers that he's worth forking out on.
Yeah, but that's the trouble, isn't it? I mean, is it the fact? And this is what I was having a chat with when I was up in the northeast, and I was talking to the guy that was sat by me. Um, he had a good point actually, and I meant to bring this up. He said that obviously Callum Wilson being off for this such a long time, and as you've just said, busting a nut to get into the squad, was that him trying too hard, which has brought on this other issue now. Well, it's the same issue
Yeah.
with his hamstrings,
Who,
and I
who
think that,
knows?
like I say, that must be some type of genetic thing that because his fibers in his legs just aren't capable of playing back to back matches anymore.
John,
Um,
John there is saying, "What do you think about giving Sharon Newgill? He
for
has
me,
he has regressed massively. It seems part of the problem that we've got keeping players that we should have moved on."
absolutely. But one of
And infamous show Billy is saying, "We're not the richest club in the world. We just have the richest owners," which is
owners,
a
yeah,
very, very valid point. And he goes on,
absolutely,
to say, "Who follow the rules."
yeah, absolutely. Just going on to the Fabian Shaw point for me. I mean, like I said to you before, Fabian Shaw holds the cards now because he is our only right centre back,
Yeah,
natural right centre back. Kraft can fill a void, like I
and
say.
did so very successfully, by the
Yeah,
way, at
yeah,
the
yeah,
start of the
yeah,
season.
absolutely. But I wouldn't want him in there game after game because I think you'd find a weakness, and I think the opposition would find a weakness. For me, when I look at Fabian Shaw now, I think to myself, if I could get him off my books tomorrow, I would do. My concern is you'd have to still bring in two right centre backs to cover. And at this present moment in time, as you've just said there, we may have the richest owners, but we're not the richest club. And there's other places within this squad that need strengthening too.
But to me, even if you are bringing in uh, reserve, a standby centre back, if you like, you'd have to pay him more than the 45 grand a week that we are currently paying Fabian Shea.
I agree. But if you've got a player who is going to potentially concede you at least one goal a game, and he's regressing, so obviously we're talking about next season now. Is that not also a gamble? Because then 1-0, then 1-0s if he just concedes the one goal. I mean, how many goals potentially could he have conceded this season already
If,
through
if,
his
if
mistakes?
you follow your own mantra, which you have oft been known to say, every
Yeah,
transfer is a gamble.
yeah, absolutely,
Uh, uh,
and it is.
every decision is a gamble, yeah, which it is.
Well,
Of course, it is.
well, let's just what you've just said there. Let's just take this back a second, and I hate talking about the other United, but I'm going to have to on this one. For me, they have just probably got rid of their best striker. And I know, he's not playing great at the minute, but when you've got a guy up top who, to me, is potentially championship level, um, that's how desperation gets to you. When you've got players that just don't want to play for your club, and I don't want to see any players at Newcastle that just don't want to play for the club anymore. And that's what I'm saying. For me, what you're going to get is you're going to get these, and again, we go to the Callum Wilsons that just get too old, that just get too untrustworthy regarding are they going to be fit or not. Yeah, they're good players, but and again, I go back to Kieran Trippier. One of my favourite players of yesteryear. But I look at him today, and he just does not look like the same player that we bought a couple of years back. It's all right. I'm just keeping an eye on. I've
Yeah,
just
yeah.
seen something come up with.
Feed has died a death.
Yeah. I don't know. Chris will have to sort that one, but I've just seen something
Because
pop up
somebody's
from the.
just saying it's 6 hours behind or something.
Yeah, it
Oh, no,
probably
three.
is.
No, three. That says. Oh yeah, 3 minutes ago at 14:30.
But there won't be an incoming. There you go. So I have just had an update from the Mail, and Newcastle star Lloyd Kelly to join Juventus on loan with 20 million buy option, with Magpies unlikely to add to their squad before the transfer closes.
Unlikely.
Unlikely. And I'm just gonna, because he does
Keeping his
elaborate.
options open.
Yeah, he does elaborate a little bit on what he's saying there, which he always does. I'm just gonna have a quick look to see if there's anything else. No, I mean, literally is just about the PSR and stuff. And it says instead the club want to maintain what they believe will be a strong position heading into the next PSR cycle. Well, it's gone after this year, isn't it? Don't we go into the new?
Yeah. You get 35 million every. Every what they call cycle.
Yeah. But PSR is finished after this year. It
They
goes
haven't
into the
voted. They
new.
haven't voted on it yet. They haven't.
Oh, I thought it was the new club cost thing that
No,
comes in
no. The
with
anchoring.
the. Well, that's part of the club cost thing, isn't it? Because you get it on, obviously your broadcasting rights of the last team of the season,
Yeah.
and it's. See, I thought that was already gone. I thought it had already been sanctioned.
Well, I thought originally that had all been voted on, except for the factor by which the TV money was multiplied, if you like, because the guess at the time from all the so-called knowledgeable sources was 4.5 times,
Yeah.
so that every club would have 450 mil that they could spend, on the basis that roughly 100 million is what the bottom team gets from. Then let's just have a look at that Premier
Well, I
League.
say, I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Because I read that and it was like Newcastle aren't bringing anybody in, and then obviously all he goes on to talk about is the reasons why, which is what we've already discussed, with PSR ceiling being close, and it gives us a little bit more in the summer when it comes to buying players. But yeah, I have a strong feeling that um, we are already on that transition side to this club cost, whatever it's called. Um, Appreciate the stream, lads. No problem, Albie.
Right,
Nice to have you with us, buddy.
on the 29th of April 2024, the Premier League agreed in principle to introduce a cap on squad spending from the 25-26 season. This is pending economic and legal analysis.
Yeah,
It will aim to anchor any spending cap to a multiple of the spending of the league's lowest earner of prize money and TV revenue. For content, this multiple has been reported as being around 4.5 to 5 by major UK news outlets with no official confirmation. They aim to introduce this a year after squad ratio costs, which limit clubs to spending 85% of their revenues
that's right.
70% for those in European competitions, on player-related costs. The current system entitles clubs to lose 105 over a rolling 3-year period. Yeah, so that again is, and that's the latest upgrade on that I can find. That was on the 14th of May.
May, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm going to say
Uh,
that's what we
so,
were
and,
talking
and
about
as I
back.
say, I haven't seen anything, but I did see an article. When was it? Just this week, to say that the clubs had knocked it back or something. And then when
Oh
I
right, well,
and
well,
then then when I went to look that up, I hit a site that was just
yeah, a bit rubbish.
millions and millions of adverts, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Oh, bollocks."
Well, you know, I was again. I don't know whether this was from Sky Sports or Talk Sport. It was one of them where they were saying, you know, they've got this new um, person overseeing the league now, an outsider. Um, they were waiting to obviously get that one on board. Amrit's gifted, buddy. So there you go.
There's
Thank you,
Amrit.
Amrit. Amrit. Just waiting to see who that's gone to. Thank you,
And that
matey. You're very kind.
that has gone to
Tenacious. Tenacious G. Superb.
Tenacious G.
I quite like the way he's written that. I like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Tenacious.
Tenacious G.
Yeah, I should have that on my shirt next time I go.
Huh.
Tenacious G. That was my initials actually, but reversed. So I quite like that. So
Yeah, but Pierre Vacancy, and there's a reason finance wasn't win specialist subject on Mastermind.
oh dear. But it's really weird though, isn't it? Because like I say, I was on the understanding that that was legit now. This club costing going on to obviously going forward into next year. And like I say, I'm sure Talk Sport have said it's an agreement in principle, but they're waiting to find this person who's going to oversee all of it before that you know
Yeah,
they go any further forward. So I'm not sure.
yeah.
Um,
John's there saying, in relation to this summer, if we fade away this season and finish 8th or 9th, no Europe, we will lose players and we will then be rebuilding from a lower baseline. And that is exactly the point that I've been making on
it is, but don't
multiple
forget
occasions.
these big players that we've got are still contracted till 28. And that's what I said. Yes, I know I get bored of listening to myself say this. They were sold a dream, weren't they? They were sold a project, and for whatever reason, I think we've probably got to where we are now a bit too quick. And unfortunately, because of pressures from outside, and like I say, you can go back to, or your mates just scored Bowen. I know you'd like him here.
Yeah, he was my absolute number one dream target.
Yeah, he's
So
only just come back into the Scott side, and he straight
yeah,
away scored 1-0 to West Ham.
yeah. So,
Looking a decent
oh,
unit
look at
tonight.
that! Yeah, Australia,
Yeah,
easy peasy.
looking a decent unit tonight. West Ham
Really,
against Chelsea.
really well. I don't know. Chelsea have been absolutely all over them, but that
Yeah, but they've been in front of them though.
breakaway, bad defensive mistake pass. It was a bit like the Tonali intercept on Saturday, except much nearer their own box. I've just watched the goal there now. Yeah,
You see that, but I think that I mean, Amrit's coming. You know, we have money, use it, and that's what I said. It's not about the club having money. The club doesn't have money. The owners have money.
yeah.
Um, And this isn't anything to do with what's gone on since the takeover.
But,
This
well,
is the
no, but
Ashley years.
I actually agree with what Amrit's saying as well. Though, I think we have got money. The club have money.
Yeah, yeah. But you can't use it because you've already spent up to the
No,
commercial
no,
ceiling.
I think the club have got money that they could spend.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know we've been talking about this
You know,
and over and over. But everybody that you look at, I mean, well, like I
oh,
say, even
hello. There's a banner headline on the bottom. I don't know where that's from. Lloyd Kelly having doubts as big twist emerges ahead of Newcastle exit.
yeah, it's because you can't get international clearance.
Oh, well, that must be out of date as well, and because that's
Yeah,
since
because
been
that's just all
resolved.
yeah, that's just come up. So
Right.
that's obviously something that's just on the
Unless
spin underneath.
that could be a clicky baity thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that one has just come in, like I say, from
Is
the
that
Mail. Um, but I mean, don't get me wrong. I agree with you. Like I said, but for me, the frustrating thing is the damage was done before the takeover.
oh,
Um, and that's
well, in terms of
that's what's
revenue, it
crippled it.
was
Yeah,
certainly.
that's where it's crippled us. It's the commercial business that's crippled us because we've got nothing in the coffers to
Yeah.
support us going forward. So I don't know. People say, how can you reach a PSR ceiling? Because it all depends on the commercial business that allows you that ceiling to either raise or lower. And our ceiling is so low compared to our rivals around us. It's ridiculous. Breaking news: oh, Willian to return to Fulham. That's I've just seen flash up on there. Interesting that Watford coming for target. I don't know what they were expecting. I see Watford doesn't seem like a club that could be willing to even look at his wages, never mind pay him. You know what I mean? From the Championship. So I would imagine that was a little bit tongue in cheek. I'm happy to take him on board as long as you pay his wages, type of thing. We've been there before, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and
As Davy's saying, if the players want Champions League, they should make a better effort. That's what I had to do
well,
if I wanted a better wage. Well,
that's what we all
that's
said
exactly
the
what
other
Eddie
day.
tells them.
Yeah, exactly. And we said it the other day, didn't we? When we did the afternoon show, and we said, Eddie's already come on board with this and said, we want you to prove that that's where you want to play, because like I said, I can only give you so much. You've got to go out on the field and show it. Just going back to the plays, because obviously uh, this is the final hurrah, if you like, for Jamal Lewis, and his end of contract will be gone at the end of the June 25. And again, these are the players, these are the hanger oners that drive me insane. I just can't believe we've still got you know, uh, he had a contract for that long. It's unbelievable, really. But the person that I think is, you look down the line, and I know people will say, well, Longstaff needs to go, and again, I can't see Sean going anywhere. Um, he wants, his feet are under the table. He's not getting game time, but it doesn't bother him. He's 27 years old. I think he'll do virtually what his brother did, and bugger off to the MLS or something like that towards the end of his contract. I think he'll see it go right the way down, and then he'll just walk out the door if he's not offered anything else. Um, but what about Joe Willock? I mean, Joe Willock's got a contract till 27, and this is the one for me. Obviously, he was bought in August of 21. He's got a value of 28 million, and I think you would get anywhere between 28 and probably 35 if he was to have a run in the team. And with J7 going, I think in the summer that is the one person I would be concentrating on potentially going. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, for me, since Joe Willock not came back this time from injury, but even came back last time from injury, he's never been the same. Uh, you know, as the Willoquinho, as we called him in 22, 23,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
he's
Looks a
he's
totally different player now,
he's,
doesn't
he's a shadow of that player.
he? Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
by the
And
way, that doesn't excuse any of
the
the
language that's
reported
been
abuse that he's had. That's just
absolutely
despicable. But
and
nonetheless, he hasn't been that player
no,
for a
and
for a for a good while now.
no, and I'm just obviously while we're on that verge, and that's why I said we're happy for everybody to have a point of view. We respect everybody's opinions, and as long as you're respectful on your views to other people's opinions, you're more than welcome. But as soon as it starts getting abusive, then you'll be called. So just be aware of that, everybody out there watching. Because, like I say, it is an opinionated sport. We understand that, and it's a very frustrating, and it's also, it hypes up a lot of anger, doesn't it? We heard Tiger come on after the Fulham game, and he was effing and jeffing everywhere because he's a passionate guy, and it just sometimes it does bring the worst out of all of us because you do just get frustrated, and we understand that. But like I say, it's okay, have your banter, but just try and be respectful to other people that is also in the chat. But apart from, I mean, I'm gonna say it, and I know my mate will be on in a minute. He'll jump on me back. Is Harvey Barnes? I think that was a waste of money for me. I think, and I questioned it when we signed him. I didn't understand the rationale behind it. I know when we first signed him, it was like right and left-sided player, um, with Anthony Gordon potentially coming on the right-hand side. But I think the money that we spent out on Harvey Barnes could have been spent a lot wiser because we have got so many players within the squad already that can go and do a job on that left-hand side if Anthony Gordon isn't available. I mean, don't get me wrong, Harvey Barnes has been our saviour at the start of the season. He was a saviour last season coming on. And I even go back to, we can talk about the West Ham game. I can talk about the Luton game. His 2 goals towards the end when we were 4-2 down got us a point. And there's always going to be games where Harvey Barnes shines. But for me, he doesn't do enough as a player to support the role if he starts a game. He's great when he comes off the bench. He's a great goal scorer. He finds the pockets of space. He can shoot left and right footed. And again, for me, he's one of those perfect bench players. But you shouldn't be paying just under £40 million for a bench player.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that either, because I think that's about what you should be paying for bench players. Your first team players should be worth 60, 70, 80 and above, and your bench players should be around about that level. Because the fact is now that we haven't got anybody that level to bring on who's even remotely likely to make a difference.
Well, no, you're absolutely right. But when you are so desolate in other areas where you've only got 2 players of a weaker ilk, if you like, which was obviously Miggy before he left, and we've got Murphy, who again, second season he's playing half decent. I'm not knocking Murphy, but for me, if you're going to highlight a person likes of Barnes that you've just gone and spent 40 million on, and I'm I can't remember, is it 38 million we spent in the end?
Yeah.
For me, it was a case of when I need a player that's going to be, playing that left-sided. When you've got the likes of J7 that can play out there, you've got Willock that can play out there. Obviously, before we sold him, you had Anderson that could play out there, and I would still probably have Anderson in front of him out there. You know what I mean? I know it sounds hypercritical because what Anderson gives me is a bit more of a dogged player than Harvey Barnes gives me, and that's what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying. You have got to up the ante on the bench, and I understand that, and you've got to have quality players going on. But as we have also alluded to in the past, if you bring a quality 11 first teamer in, then that person just drops to the bench anyway. So you've still got that quality if he was your first teamer starting. Does that make sense?
Well, Johnny T in the Revenge of the Recruitment Man is saying Barnes is the type of player you buy when you have your first team sorted. And
Yeah, absolutely.
that's effectively what we did, really. I
Well,
mean,
I don't know.
we didn't, because as we've gone through a million times, we actually brought Gordon to play on the right wing and Barnes on the left. It was only when Barnes got injured that Gordon did so well on the left,
Yeah.
and that's where he wants to stay, apparently.
Well, I question this, because obviously we're only going on he was bought for the right wing because of what was on Prime. When you saw the little thumbnail that was shown on Prime, it said right wing on there. I mean, I haven't got any facts that we bought him specifically for the
No,
right
but if you
wing.
look where he played for Everton, it was
Well, he
predominantly on
played
the
he
right
played
wing.
across the front three, didn't he?
Well,
He played
every
where?
time I saw him play against us, he played right wing.
Right side, yeah.
And if you look at his FBref stats and his heat map for Everton, it's overwhelmingly right wing.
Yeah, like I say, but again, I'm not sure that I think he was specifically bought. I mean, I might be wrong. He was specifically bought for that. I think it was more the fact that he can play up top. We got you. Obviously, Eddie Howe wanted a little bit of cover for the number 9 position as well, which Anthony Gordon doesn't do very well, to be fair. But obviously, he can play there, and it is just a case of trying to. Um, oh, Beer saying thumbnail on documentary said midfielder. Um, well, like I say, I'm not going to dispute that because I've watched it a couple of times, and it definitely either says RM or RW on the bottom of the screen, but it is quite hard to see. But it's immaterial. I still think that money could have been better spent elsewhere in this current squad, because I still think we are missing 2 places, and that right centre back for me is the one that I would be biting anybody's hand off to have a decent one come in. Newcastle are still looking at
Let's have a look at some comments.
Ekatike, apparently.
Oh, not again.
Yeah, Beard's coming with that one.
We've got Tony. We keep talking about star players, but this season the only 2 who come out with any real credit is Isaac and Tonali.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit harsh.
Well, I mean, Barnes has done well. Lewis Hall has done well.
Lewis Hall's done very well. But Bruno has done well, because we expect so much of him. When he has a 7 out of 10 instead of a 9 out of 10, we tend to give him pelters. But
Yeah.
and Gordon again has had a good season.
Yeah, but
No,
I don't think Gordon's had a season of fire like he was last season.
not like last season, but he's
No, but
he's
you know,
he's still
you're
in the
never going to
7th.
get that. Yeah, you're never
You
going to
know.
get that, back to back constantly.
Yeah.
Especially when, and I keep saying it, you look at where the lads played this season: left wing, mid through the middle, right wing. He's gone all over the place. And like I say, it does look like Eddie's trying to change the setup a little bit when we go forward. But again, that's something to keep an eye on.
Beard's vying to get on my board of directors. No big players sold. Cup final in touching distance. 5th in the league, and a clear PSR slate from the 1st of July. Huge training ground and stadium news going. It's so good these days.
It is though, isn't it?
It
When
is.
you actually, and that's what I'm saying. When you put it down into the small margin stuff, like you list all the positives, list the negatives.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You just list them. I mean,
Well,
we haven't had a signing in 3 windows, but
well,
we're still where we are.
we're still 5th, aye?
Yeah.
And we've got rid of a load of deadwood.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But again, it's like I said, the biggest thing that everybody can see. Yeah, you're right, John. I would have liked Delap as a backup because I think he would be a cracking signing. I would have had Delap instead of Asula, if I'm honest. But I don't know whether you saw earlier that Connor, bless him, our roving reporter, he's been saying that Asula apparently in training has been playing on the right-hand side.
Yeah, playing right wing.
Which doesn't surprise me actually, because he's quite good on his left side. So I think that could be one for the future. Still don't think he's got it all though. If he's got space to run into, he can certainly hurt you. But I think he's still lacking a little bit.
Gog Singh is saying clubs should be allowed to spend the equivalent of what they put in as a bond before the season starts. Simple. Well, to me, it's simple that as long as you're not going into debt, you should be able to spend what you want.
Yeah, that was my thinking.
All
clubs should put a wager down.
Profitable and sustainability. And the reason that the rules were brought in was to prevent clubs going bust by over ambitious owners borrowing money that they can't afford, and then failing to the team failing to live up their expectations and deliver the goods.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as long as you pay everything up front, there shouldn't be a problem with how much you spend. I've said that for long enough.
Choppy, I believe we are still paying. I don't know whether it's all of his wages. I know we're paying some of his wages. I think it's 70% being paid by Sao Paulo, and we pay 30%. But I'm not 100% sure. But
Oh, talking about Lewis.
oh, it's Kenny W saying Choppy, he back home. So yes, has he returned fully now? I know they were talking about bringing him back.
Well, I thought he was here injured.
Oh yeah, then maybe he is.
I
Maybe he
thought
is.
he came back
I
injured and he was rehabilitating here.
Oh, he's back home, Reap. Yeah, well, I thought he was done and back. Like I said, because I haven't heard anything from him.
Right.
I thought it had all been sorted and he's back. Oh, he's still injured, apparently, according to Kenny.
Yeah. So that was Beard saying, not my concern. Even if we lose, I haven't forgotten where we were 3 years ago, or that they said 5 to 10 years to win something. Yeah.
Yeah, like I
John,
said, it's
sponsorships were the only avenue left to the club without selling. So why wasn't there an urgency to rename the training ground or St James's Park or the kit? We needed the sponsorships now, not later. Well, I agree with that entirely. I can't understand why certain deals, even if they were just 1 year deals that
exactly.
could then be renewed at a bigger price, etc.,
Yeah, yeah.
we could have got money in. I'm pretty certain about
Well,
that.
that's a certain fact. I don't. I'm not necessarily enamored by Peter Silverstone's business ethics, if I'm honest, unless he's being guided that way. I'm not saying it's all Pete Silverstone's fault. I mean, he could be guided by those above him. But it does seem really strange the fact that we've had 3 years now of new owners, which could have been for me, even if it was £3 million. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For sponsors,
Whatever.
whatever. It's money coming in,
Yeah.
even on a short-term deal. But like I said, the only reason I can give you for not having it is I think the plans for a new training ground have been there for a while, but because of other issues going on, maybe with the club and everything else, it's been put on the back burner a bit.
Ian is saying, question, lads, would you rather spend money now on second choice targets or wait till the summer when we can get our top targets?
But that's there's the $64 million question.
You know,
It's a gamble.
ask you get them now.
But he's right what you're saying now. You are going to
Yeah,
pay
yeah, yeah, yeah.
overpriced, aren't you, for average players?
Willock just needs a run of games, but the point, well, he might now with
I was going to
J7
say
being injured.
he's
There's
going to
no
be out for a
excuse why
week.
he shouldn't.
Yeah, yeah.
Although personally, I'd have Miley in, but Willock needs a run of games.
Yeah,
Uh,
Ward. I saw that earlier on, Kenny. Ward Prowse going back to West
uh,
Ham. He should never have come away from Southampton, mate. It was a massive gamble. He'd got his feet well and truly under the table at Southampton.
and Beer vacancy and agree Beard is rusty. That's about Willock. And Beard back in again. Guys, I'm so excited for Wednesday. Let's not lose sight of what really matters.
Yeah,
And it
absolutely.
really isn't January signings.
No,
Invading London again is on the cards. I think we've lost 7 finals in a row. Well, not seven finals, but finals and semi-finals.
semis. Yeah, exactly.
Because I've been to every one of them, so I'm giving it a miss this time.
Yeah, here's one from Tony T. Win. Did you live in Crewe circa 1983? I don't know, my dad, and it would explain why I support Newcastle.
Because of
I don't.
course, in fact, the mighty Win finished his career at Crewe as well.
Yeah, there you go. There's a little bit of a
I think that's what he's alluding to, if I'm not mistaken.
possible.
So Arsenal thrashing City 5-1, us losing the last two home games, and you're confident we're going to Wembley, said Kenny. Yes,
Yeah,
Beard
but
is
they've still got a
super
job to
confident.
do. It's up to like I keep saying, it's ours to lose, not theirs to win.
Yeah.
Because if we don't go out there with the right mentality, which it was definitely obvious and evident against Fulham, it was lackluster not just by one player, it was lackluster by the 11. Nobody really came out of that ground with their heads held high. I'll tell you now. Um, and again, it's a case of, with the squad being as thin as it is, has it come from the gaffer? As the gaffer said, listen, go into this game a little bit, light-hearted, and just try and grind a result out, because they didn't seem as if anybody on that field was really pushing for a result. I don't know whether you saw it differently as you were there, Win, but I didn't. It didn't look great to me at all.
Sorry, Gary, I was getting engrossed in the chat there. What were
You
you
were having a bit
saying?
of
Sorry.
No, I was saying, for me, it felt to me, and me and Brant were doing the commentary, and I said I'm sure I said to Brant, or if I didn't say it to Brant, I said it to myself. It looks to me as if none of them are actually at this game today. None of them. It was more the fact that there was players that were just playing within themselves. And it wouldn't surprise me whether that had come from the gaffer, just to try and grind a result down without actually going in there and getting injured or doing something silly.
Well,
With
that was
this,
that was Amrit's major point, outside the strawberry, where
yeah, I saw
Jamie
the
was
interviews.
supposed to be meeting us. Speaking of the devil,
Do you know
in
how busy it is round there?
which
The
is
man, the
exactly
myth,
that's
the
why we're
legend.
there.
I suppose if you want people, it's not a bad shout. Yeah, sorry, I was in a bad mood and I had a couple of guests to look after.
Right.
I'll
It was
see you on Wednesday night when I'll be in a better mood.
absolutely. That's what I like to hear.
So what's your overall? You're saying you're in a bad mood. Then what's your overall demeanour this evening?
Well, I mean, it's one of those results that lingers, isn't it?
Yep.
You wake
No,
up the
no,
next morning.
I forgot about Fulham. I'm talking about this evening.
Or just how am I doing in general? How's life? I've
No,
had a
no.
decidedly pleasant day, Derek. How's
What,
yourself?
what's today, man? It's transfer deadline day. We've got 2 hours to go.
It's Newcastle, man. It's Monday, not transfer deadline day.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you what, I've got Sky Sports News on here, and it's just a load of garbage, isn't it? They're just making stories out of nothing. Nothing's going to happen. It's not like it was back in the day when there was 27 transfers in the last few hours. Um, the news of the Kelly transfer going through was probably what we were looking for, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
Albeit the loan.
it's good. It's good business at the end of the day. I didn't realise though that there was a
Oh,
sanction. He
absolutely.
has to play half of the games for Juventus for it become an
Yeah,
obligation to buy. So there is a little bit of a
yeah.
catch in it.
I suppose between now and the end of the season, that'll only be like, what, 8 league games or something.
Something crazy.
So,
I would have thought. Yeah.
entirely doable. But I guess the message here is if they think pretty quick that he's not going to be up to it, they can just leave him on the bench and he'll be back here in June and we won't get much of that 20 million quid.
Yeah.
I wonder if we put a buyback option in case he sets it alight out there.
Yeah.
Imagine that if he's, Tamori and players like that, they will become much better players when they're playing abroad, don't they?
They
They
do.
probably do.
Yeah, I
But
think
in the
it's
eyes of
because
the
they've got more time. They have more time on the ball, mate. There's
yeah,
not the high press like there is in the Premier League. Everybody seems to go out there and excel to a degree. I'm not saying everybody does, but to a degree, they do look better players.
it's becoming more and more common, isn't it? But it would be one of those things. I think we've got a bit of chagrin about people we've let go over the last couple of years who are doing well, bless them. Don't want to be adding him to the list with one of Europe's biggest clubs, do we? And then
Absolutely.
I'd just like to make the point where if it's sort of two 2 years, 18 months, and Chelsea are in for him for 60, 70 million, and the whole Premier League's fighting over him, it'd be nice to think that we've safeguarded against that happening. I don't think this will happen, by the way.
No. I mean, I
Well,
know.
anybody who thought that we were going to get him like this window for 30 million, or even 40 million is obviously off the mark.
Who are you on about there? Who we getting this
Hey.
window? Hey,
Yeah,
hey.
sideline man in now.
You like Mr.
Tottenham did him,
Amrit?
didn't they?
You can't hear. Oh dear.
Whereabouts was he there?
He was in the cinema room. He's got this very, very posh cinema room in the back of his mansion.
Oh, lovely. I thought that looked like he was sort of outside or something. I was thinking he's not hanging about outside St James, is he? Waiting for Peter Roddenwingy or something.
With his A-board.
Yeah.
With his
still looking
sandwich
for
board.
them. Oh, bless him. Crazy. It's. I was going to ask you, Jamie. When you get the likes of Chris Wood, yeah, going to another club and setting the world alight, then you go to Elliot Anderson, going to the same club, setting the world alight. We had a question earlier on, and Will acknowledged it regarding would it have been worth us maybe last season breaking the Premier League rules, same as Forest did, and taking the hit?
Well, it's easy to be wise in hindsight, isn't it?
Because we didn't get Champions League, but that was only
bear in mind, if we'd done it last season, there was nobody aware that we weren't going to make like top 7 last season, the way things were at the time.
Yeah, but to be fair, we only just scraped 7th place. It wasn't a gimme, was it? So that's what I'm saying. It wasn't one of those seasons where you were gonna just drive into the top 4 or 5.
You wouldn't have expected to get 7th and still not get Europe.
Well, no, I agree with that one. I mean, obviously, we got smacked again by the other United because of how well they played in the final, which nobody expected. And I think, you look back in them days and Man City playing in that final just looked like us playing on Saturday. And they just didn't bloody turn up.
Oh, hey, breaking news. St. Johnstone have added Stephen Duke McKenna on loan from Harrogate Town.
4. Wow.
Well, that's the rest of the show taken care of, isn't it?
I'm going to say, we can just sit back now, can't we?
That's how I should do
it. I think what you're saying, in hindsight, if we could have taken, say, a 5 or 6 point deduction, instead of coming 7th and not finishing in Europe, we'd have come 10th or 11th and still not being in Europe. And right now, we'd be in a better position.
A lot
if
better.
we'd have done that, if we'd have known that in hindsight. But you know what they say, if ifs and buts were pots and pans, we'd all be thinkers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And anybody suggesting it now, say, could you take a short term? Nobody can tolerate any sort of short term pain now. The short term pain now is not signing anyone today.
No, that's right.
And taking the short term pain of rolling the dice on the squad we've got, getting Champions League really, and then having not only a huge amount to spend based on the PSR calculation, the money for Kelly Almiron, but having something to attract the people we want in the summer. So the rest of the season is pivotal. It's massive. And Wednesday night's about as big as you get for that. But
I'm lucky I'm rich.
You've just got to do the best you can.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Well,
yeah, we can hear you.
We've got you now.
Yeah. I was just messing around with the controllers on this new thing. So, just sitting back. Has anything happened in the last 10 minutes?
Getting a bit of an echo.
Yeah. Big news. Duke McKenna's joined St. Johnstone from Harrogate on loan.
Oh my God! Stop the presses.
Exactly. I mean, what else was you expecting, mate?
Oh man, I don't know. Like one signing, especially now we got rid of Lloyd Kelly. Listen, you guys will know a lot more about the financial aspects and what have you. I've got it up here on the projector. I'm watching it. It's quiet. There must be a reason for it being quiet. We're obviously close to that limit, and we don't want to test the water and incur any financial penalties, right? So
it depends on which one of us, left or right here, you're talking to. Because
Yeah.
the one to my right, or left, as you're looking at the screen, he seems to think that we've got 100+ million.
Okay.
And I'm hold on, that's cheating, mate.
That's good.
And my good self, and again, without knowing all of the information, and that's why we pulled up those estimations from Stefan Borson this morning on the early show, was his estimation, and we were still
whose were they based on, Gary?
Sorry,
Whose estimates? Which financial company were they based on?
shut up, man. Well, that guy told me how to say it in a Brummie accent, because Deloitte and Twos. There you go.
That's the one.
That's the one. So if you look at that, he was estimating that we were going to be, well, we still are minus 17 in the deficit, million wise. And then when you look at the Deloitte and Twos forecast for the end of 25, it looks like, because of where we are, commercial business, it's the match day revenue that seems to have really shot up. And somebody threw a question in there, and even I said during the show earlier on that all that revenue must have come from the stack. But according to Stefan Borson, they only get a very small percentage, perhaps something like a 2 or 3% of whatever sales come from the stack. So it can't be from that. So I
Plus,
don't
that
know.
only opened in the summer.
In the
and
summer,
those,
yeah.
That record is from last season.
Last season, yeah.
Those finances.
They take a percentage from what the individual franchisees sell, but they take a massive rent from them. So the figures, the provisional figures that were put out just after Christmas.
Yeah, something like that, wasn't it?
They're taking 15 million.
Yeah.
So I tell you what, though, I love the internet, mate, because the implication there by some fans is that somebody's just turned around and went, "Hey, stick an extra 50 million on the match day income. We'll get away with it, no bother." Those figures have got to be watertight, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
However they've come to that, I think it's probably something to do with the opening of the new boxes. Are they called wings in the middle of the leisure stand?
You've got all of that, and you've got the fact that me amongst them, I don't know how many thousands were like me, whose Ashley deal came to an end pre-last season, and my ticket went up 200 quid. You know, and that's the senior ticket. The Benz went up 350 quid.
Well, come on then, Win. Like, you've got Gary sitting here getting figures from left, right, and centre saying that we are down and that we need to make up some revenue for the rest of the season. And there's a flip side to that, Gary, but we'll get into that after. But where are your figures coming from? Like, how much money have
my
you got?
figures came from Newcastle United's published accounts.
Well, then that's fairly accurate, then, isn't it?
Well, I think they're accurate, yeah.
So, in that respect, then, why are we not rushing out to buy and reinforce
I
to
don't
try?
know, because the only thing that turns what I have extrapolated as being surpluses, the only thing that changed them surpluses into losses is additional expenditure. And nobody has told me where this additional expenditure has gone.
Yeah. And that's something that we were both questioning this morning, because obviously Stefan Borson had got additional expenditure. How much money was it when it was something crazy? 125 million away from what we anticipate. Now, again, we don't know how it works regarding, reps and stuff like that of players. And I know Wim was saying that that's amortized, but I have a feeling that must be one down payment from the start. And I'm not sure.
There's one thing that nobody knows in relation to PSR, which is how much of that expenditure counts towards PSR. Because anything spent on the ground, the women's team, the infrastructure, doesn't count.
Correct.
So that 17 million has got to be an estimate. And is that prior to us selling Almiron and whatever
Yeah.
we're getting for
Yeah,
Kelly?
Yeah. So
So I'd imagine
Because this is
the reality of that figure is that we're in the black to the tune of 10, 20 million.
well,
Because some of that will be write-offs.
Sean,
The women's team's bought a whole new team, man.
on the Stefan Borson spreadsheet, it's shown as non-cash flow expenses, 129 million. Now he's already taken off amortization, players' wages, and there's other expenses of 55 million, which ties in with I said 50 million, but I'll give him 55. They are already shown, and then on top of that, well, for a start, he's shown 125 amortization, which I reckon should be nearer 85. If five times 125 is 725, and we haven't spent 725 million net. And then on top of that, he's got 129 million in non-cash flow expenses.
yeah.
I just want to know what is that? Who's got that money?
But
Who's this bloke? Who's put these figures together?
Stefan Borson.
Stefan Borson.
Stefan Borson. Does he make cream cheese?
He's another,
Kieran Maguire
and all that. He's another Kieran Maguire. Poor man's Kieran Maguire.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you say he's a poor man's Kieran Maguire, but I only ever see Stefan Borson on the likes of Talk Sport and those places.
Kieran Maguire goes on the Times and
Kieran Maguire goes on stuff like this.
Oh, wait a minute. Who's this?
We got Tiger in. I don't know whether he can hear us.
All right.
Way up.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi, Tiger. You all right, mate?
Yeah, I'm all good. How you guys doing?
I'm all right, mate.
You're going to start getting bored though if you don't come on camera.
All right, I'll think about it, man. Give me a couple of games.
Come on, get on board. Everybody wants to see not only listen to the dulcet tones. We've got another one coming in now.
They're all coming in out the woodwork.
Yeah. Here we go. It's the last hour and a half, you say. They're all going to wait for that big news to drop.
What news? Who've I knocked out there? Right,
I think you've just knocked out Tiger.
There you are.
Hey.
There we're all back.
The six boys.
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah.
You got any news?
You've knocked out Tiger, and you've got the bloke from Rage Against the Machine.
We got a cheeky little in there for
Nothing's up yet.
Right, Tom.
Right, however, DX, what's your take on today's revelations?
Revelations. Is anyone shocked, really, though? Did anyone really think we'd go on a spree and sign 3 or 4 lovely loan players?
Yeah.
I'm not shocked. I think I expected it. We were going to wait till the summer to spend the bucks. The only thing that I'm keeping an eye on is whether Trippier might go, because I know the Turkish window doesn't close for a week.
A week. Yeah.
So I think that might be something in that one. But I'm not really surprised. I think this is where we're at the moment, and I know there's some creative accounting going on from Mighty Win, but I don't think we've got 100 million in the pot. I think
we've got 140.
140 million sitting there. I think we have to wait till the summer, and we'll have to be patient and hope we don't get an injury crisis. Because if we do now, we're down to the bare bones.
Well, we're just waiting for it to happen now, aren't we?
Well, yeah,
Chelsea 1-1 now by the looks. Neto's just scored for Chelsea.
Oh, well,
I'll have that.
Have you heard the rumour that's going around a little bit? It came from Chris Wack at the Athletic said first that we're keeping back a bit of money to take advantage of those clubs that find ourselves in the position we were in last
season,
where you come to the end of June, you need to sell somebody and buyers are in short supply.
That was actually my logic.
Risk.
Jamie, I thought we might do that as well. Just a little while ago, it makes sense, doesn't it? Because we got done on the last June the 30th when we had to buy that Greek goalkeeper, and we lost Anderson and Minte. So maybe we'll try and be on the other side of the equation this time.
But does it make sense? That's my argument.
Maybe.
To me, it's suicide.
We do the swap back. We get Anderson back, and they get Vlachodimos back. That's all it is.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Yes, please. I was just saying that, though. Isn't it funny, though, how we seem to have had the not so good deal compared to obviously what happened during that deal, where you'd got Minte and Anderson in a hotel in Nottingham, none of them knowing which way they're going.
Yeah.
And we seem to have had the real poor deal from all of them.
Yeah,
we've
it's
got the Royston coming in.
But no, I'm interested. Would any of you have signed wanted to see Rashford join on loan or?
Nope.
Interesting. I mean, what could Eddie do with Rashford? Think about it.
Oh, here he
could change it, couldn't he?
Yeah. He could have, but I think I was just at the start of the show. I said to Win, when you look at the other United in the pickle that they are, why would you even dream of getting rid of your only real striker that is going to compete at this level? The one they've got up top at the minute, to me, is nothing but championship material.
Oh, Højlund.
But Gary, he don't fit Amram's style though. That's the problem.
Yeah, but mate, you know what? The way he is up top, Højlund, I would throw him up top. He's not going to do a worse job for you, mate, up top, when you are as bad as United are at the minute.
Yeah, Højlund is bad. I'll give you that.
But yeah, I don't know. I think,
so there's obviously something wrong, isn't there?
Højlund's not bad. He's come in as a youngster. He's not proven.
He's not a goal scorer, though, is he?
I think he's in the wrong system as well.
Not yet.
Well,
he's not.
But I don't want to be like United, where you just go out there and spend money for spending money's sake. And I think that's the problem that we've got to be careful of doing. We don't want to fall into that trap again. What we bring in has to compete. If not getting the first 11, has to compete for the first 11. And I'm sorry, there ain't many players that I can see that United have bought recently that I think would even compete.
Yeah. Derek, can you put a black mark against that man's name for twice referring to Stamford Reds as a ubiquitous United, please?
I said the other United, not our United.
What about Royston, though? What does Royston think of the day's event?
What
do you think? The transfer deadline day, has it excited you?
Good evening.
Nothing's changed. We used to be worried when Ashley's days. We used to be worried about losing.
Yeah, who's going out?
Who's going out? No, there's nothing happening. Same shit.
Borough 2, Mackham's 2, by the way.
Oh wow. Either that or Ashley would have like one of those splurges if we were in a relegation.
Chelsea's still getting beat. 1-1, the bastard.
Yeah, just equalised. Yeah, they've just equalised.
Sent us down to 6th.
So,
rough tackle.
Sorry, can I just say something? There's 2 points I want to bring up. One is about Paul Mitchell, and I'll get on to Eddie afterwards. So first, about Paul Mitchell, like before he came in the summer, we were all like so happy and jumping up and down that we got like a world-class sporting director in to replace Dan Ashworth. As soon as he's walked in, he's obviously said those comments about the transfer policy not being fit for purpose. And then everyone, like the happy clappers, got on his back. Oh, how dare he say this? Blah, blah, blah. The thing with Paul Mitchell is that he's come in, assessed the situation, and he's looked at like, okay, Amanda and Murda, they were great when they came in, but in reality, they messed up our club, So he's come in like, listen, we can't buy anyone, but then I don't get with the whole 70 mil for Gay. Where's that money gone? We keep talking about, where's that money?
Well, first of all, mate, the 70 million for Gay was only mentioned by Crystal Palace.
No, but that's the thing as well, Gary. So that's 70 mil. They're just lying to the fans like, oh, we've got money, right? If you think a bit, was just to make us happy.
I'll give you a little bit of an insight into what's happened, and I can't remember the lad's name. There used to be a scout, a Newcastle scout, that is now a scout down in London. I'm not sure whether he's a Palace scout or I'm sure he must be. And his name will come to me very soon. And apparently, the money that was bandied out for Mark Gay, he reckons that Mark Gay will go for over £100 million if Crystal Palace hang on to him. Yeah. Hence, they turned down the bid today of another £70 million. That was direct. We only offered 50, and we sat on that for 2 weeks. And obviously, it was that £50 million at the 11th hour that we went in for Ilanga, because that's all we had in the coffers. Now, the one thing I'm going to ask you guys is, if we'd have gone ahead with that sanction, that sale, if you like, it would have meant us having to get rid of the likes of Miley in June. Would you have preferred to have done that?
No, I'd rather have had Miley.
Yeah, I'd rather keep Miley.
He's got a higher ceiling than Gay for me. But
It's a sorry state of affairs that we're having to look at selling players that are coming through the youth, coming through all, through the ranks. Why has it come to this? I think there's got to be a change. There's got to be someone comes in and says, right, this is not working. We'll keep it to that. You're not going to go crazy and splash out unreal, but you've still got the opportunity to keep your young players and get somebody else in. I think it's too strict at the minute. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't agree with the premise that we only had 50. And
we only offered
never did.
Well, what's going on then, Winter? Because if it's a case that we've got loads of cash,
I don't know. As I say, my attitude now is that PIF have decided not to back Eddie. That's the only logical explanation I can make for the whole three transfer window.
I just don't think we had the money.
it makes no sense.
Especially since Mitchell has come in.
I just don't think we had
and the widely reported rift between them and not fit for purpose and all of the shenanigans that went on, which is allegedly PR-wise being, all sorted out. They've marked their boundaries, they've pissed on their fences, and they know what they're doing. To me, I think PIF want to give Mitchell more control than Eddie is happy to allow them to do. And Eddie's attitude now, which is probably hardening, is going to be, right, well, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But that's not what I signed up for. As Kevin Keegan said, it's not what it said in the brochure. And
sorry, can I just finish my point?
And Eddie Howe is the one asset that we've got that could walk into half a dozen clubs.
That's not true, is it? Isaac, Tonali, Bruno.
Golden.
I'm talking about that people could afford.
Right. Okay.
So, if you're right there, Win, why not? The PIF are surely got this opportunity to think we've got a legitimate chance of winning silverware here. Yeah. Do we not need to plough in a bit of money? Might not be all of the whatever million you think we've got, but a little bit of it, just to give us a little bit of a boost in the next half of the season.
How's it going, fellas?
Hello.
How are you doing? Thank you so much for being here. I gathered you all up to tell you we got nobody to sign.
Nothing.
So, Jamie looks pissed. Jamie, you look pissed
off,
but
man. Hang on a minute.
Ready for a big sign.
Kilmarnock have just agreed a deal for Leicester defender.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. They're right there. You see, you're able to see the latest deals being done to you, the left of your screen. And Huddersfield signed Zimbabwe International. Even Huddersfield making deals. Newcastle United.
Yeah.
And to be, you cannot tell me though. You cannot tell me that there's not a single loan deal that we can look at. One coming in right there. Villa's Young joins Royal Antwerp on loan.
Other way around though.
Chelsea have just gone 2-1 up, guys.
We wouldn't
but you cannot tell me that Newcastle United cannot use anybody out there on loan to strengthen the squad a little bit. Look at that. 1 minute, Arsenal leave themselves short in attack. But
well, Arsenal haven't signed anyone, have they?
Oh, yeah, they haven't signed anybody. So,
I mean,
it's frustrating.
If you think we are angry, you should see how angry the Arsenal fans are.
Yeah, but Arsenal fans has a squad. We don't. They can get angry all they want, but they do have a squad, a deep squad.
Not according to them, they don't.
We are
they're
clearing.
wrong.
We're clearing the decks, I think, aren't we, for a big splurge?
Yeah, and I think we're clearing the decks for a big splurge with a new manager.
Do you think?
That's the only logical explanation I can make.
I was going to say that as well, Win.
Yeah.
I was going to, the thing is,
and I agree with it by any man, because I don't.
No, but this is the thing, like, I'm going to back Howe, shock, but the board should have backed them in this January, and we could have pushed on for a cup and Champions League. Like, we've been saying that since before the transfer window even opened.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though, because I'm sorry, Tiger, go on, finish your point.
Sorry, but if the club, like you said, Win, are looking to get a new manager in, I would rather it come out like towards the end of the season or in a couple of months, then we all can just get back the team. There's no divide in this fan base, and we can just unite, and then we can all push together. Then obviously we can look to the future.
Look at these words by Tiger Studio, man. We can push together and unite.
No, but this is the thing. It's like, like we all talk about. We can't even get a loan. Like, we struggled under Ashley to get 1 million for Chowdhury. We can't even put any loan bids. Like, what is going on?
Yeah. No, I agree with you. You can't tell me that there's not a loan out there that we can get that help us just strengthen the squad. And now I'm actually gonna put gasoline into the fire here, because I really don't think that we can't sign one single player. I refuse to believe that. I really refuse to believe that. So Paul Mitchell is known for getting players. For having players that are players that people don't know about. He was in for a few actually. How much is Eddie's will not to sign somebody he doesn't want falling into the mixer? How much is that weighing on us not signing anybody? Win. I'm gonna skip you, Win, because you think that Eddie Howe
could be the case. Yeah,
is an angel, but could it not be the case that Eddie Howe just doesn't want young players or players that are proven in South America, but not in the Premier League, unlike Manchester City, etc., and that he wants Marc Guéhi or nothing, or any other player or nothing? Could it be?
Well,
if that's the case,
can I just jump in before? I'm going to throw a bit of a curveball. If Eddie Howe had that much say in what comes in and what goes out, do you think he would have blocked any of the likes of the Kelly deals, the loan deals, with an option to buy, knowing how thin on the ground we are in centre backs? I think we're all giving Eddie Howe far too much gaffer tape on this. I don't think Eddie Howe has much say when it comes to players coming in and going out, because again, I look at it and think to myself, I never really understood the comments that people were throwing out there and I'm guilty of this about Amanda Staveley feeding the fans with the players that were coming through the door, and feeding Eddie Howe's reign as the manager by just giving him everything that he asked for. There's a part to me that understands why fans see it that way, and I also understand the frustration that we all as fans now see the outcome of that. But for me, it's a case of, I think Eddie Howe sits on a plane where he will have a say in what comes in, because obviously it's got to fit within the Eddie Howe system. Else there's no point in that player coming. But I don't think he has the full say in all of it. And for me, that's why I think when we lost Kelly, I think that was damn good business, by the way, getting him on a free. Yes, it was high wages, but them wages now have gone, and potentially we're going to get 20 million for him. So I do think, for me, I think Mitchell has a lot more say than we probably give him credit for.
So then he's doing a horrible job.
It's one of two things, right? It's either PIF, which is an international monetary organisation, has made a strategic decision to gamble on the current squad getting us through to the end of the season and strengthening from a stronger position in a better market in the summer, Whether that, and Eddie Howe has that time to prove himself as manager and it's someone else or not. It's either that or Mitchell's constantly bringing in the best young players in the world and Eddie's knocking them back like Adam West Batman. And I'm trying to think which one's more likely. But I think it might be the plan to just spend it a more sensible time.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't think I can't imagine there's that much conflict between those two. Or
no,
something would have to give, wouldn't it? Already.
Well, I mean, you know, like I said, I think the biggest problem that we have as fans, we don't know the financial situation at the club.
But so hold on, Gary. But you don't think there is not 20 million to spend?
Well, that's I don't know. That's my answer to you.
No, but I'm asking you though. You looking at it from the outside, just like everybody else. You don't think we got 30 million to spend? Look, just ask yourself that. 30 million. Somebody just bought Kelly for 20 million.
By the way, 30 million amortized only cost 6 million this season.
Absolutely, I know what you're saying, guys.
That makes sense.
But what I'm saying to you is, what are you going to get that's going to challenge the 11 on the park for 20 million pounds?
But look,
I'm not saying we haven't got it. What I'm saying to you is, why would you go and spend? Let's go with the Sula. Everybody criticised the Sula for coming in for the 10 million, potentially 15 million.
Hold on.
Not good enough.
But look at Juventus. They just got somebody on loan with an obligation to buy for 20 million. Yeah. They just got somebody that might do a job. But at this point, if you really don't have any money to spend, and that's the problem, PSR is the issue, then you're going to have to gamble on a loan possibly that might help you become a better team. But if you don't do nothing, then you're just the same.
But you pay for performance, Chris. And if Kelly's not getting into a Premier League side, then you're not going to get.
But he's going to Juventus, though. He's one of the biggest clubs in Europe.
But don't forget, we got Kelly from Bournemouth. They sold Huyson, who I believe is a much better defender, to Bournemouth. They didn't think Huyson was up to it. But from what I've seen this season, he's a better player than Kelly.
Agree with you.
Like Spurs fans have been crying for somebody. They're signing this Tell guy since yesterday, really. You know, and you can say, well, you don't know what Tell's going to do. Perfect, that's fine. But I know one thing that's not going to work is us having the same squad for 3 windows in a row.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so something's got to be done.
I would agree with you. I would have gone for Tell on a loan because he can play across the front three. But he's very right-footed, so he would be always questioning and asking to either play through the middle. He's not going to get in front of Isaac. Is he going to get in front of Gordon if he wants to come in off the left? Then you go back to what we've already got is a lot of good players that are right-footed that actually don't give us any difference on the right-hand side. So, again, it's a gamble to go ahead and pay. And it's like Rashford. I think Rashford could be a big gamble for Villa. But if it pays off, they've got one hell of a player.
Well, exactly. But so you'll never know unless you do it. And I think I asked Newcastle to do what Villa has done. With Rashford, with
Asensio.
Are you kidding? Like, these are skilled players. They don't forget how to play football, man. And you know, so yes, but if you have the money, all the money in the world, and if you can spend it, then you can go get the best players. But you don't. So at some point, something's got to give. Something's got to give. I don't know. Let's open the mic for everybody else though, because everybody's quiet in this depressing night. Brent, you just joined us. How you doing, Brent? Just got off work?
Yeah, just got off work, got home to see exactly what I expected. A bunch of nothing happening for Newcastle. And looks like we got the Brady Bunch going on here now.
Oh, yeah.
Just a breakout in song.
Yeah, we got a lot of collaborators getting together for the transfer deadline, a rather empty one. You know, it's just
I see what I honestly see. I see what Gary's saying. I'm with DXK in what he's talking about, thinking that we're probably going to be pushing more towards the summer and maybe trying to get, hopefully, all the money that we're going to have in the summer. Try to get some deals for some of these teams that have spent a bunch of money here recently. But I also see what people are talking about when it comes to why can't we do a loan? Like, it doesn't have to be to buy. It can just be for the rest of the year. And I get what you're saying, Gary, about like challenging the starting 11, but shoot, let's just get some depth. Somebody who can come in and do something for 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, if that's the problem, yeah. I mean, because you think Asensio is quality player. He went to he played at Real Madrid. He's still young. You know, you can't tell me that he's better than Murphy just by that.
Yeah,
You know,
listen, I'm not saying they're not out there. I'm not.
No, I'm
making any
not.
excuses
I'm not just talking about just talking about you. I'm just saying in general.
I would love to have seen Asensio wearing a black and white shirt. Trust me.
I mean, you know, but you know why he's going to Villa? You know what Rashford's going to Villa? Because they go out there and say, look, man, you're out of an opportunity. You want to come on and showcase your talents in the Premier League in a top team.
I think, Chris, to the point you were saying earlier, I think that might have something to do with it too. Is just how picky Eddie Howe could be.
I guarantee you that's got something to do with it.
I think Eddie Howe's
Mighty Win doesn't want to own up. He just wants to sit there and be quiet. No, but that's not the case. So then don't complain. Don't complain because we can't buy Mbappe, man. We can't buy him.
But there is talk out there though.
We're raking over old coals here, but what I'm saying is, I believe there's money there, and it's PIF.
No, but okay. So let's go to your theory.
For whatever reason,
why are we not spending Win?
There's money to spend. We didn't spend it, so we're going into this summer saying the same thing. What if it happens again? Then what we're going to say then?
What we're going to say?
Yeah,
it's a massive gamble, whichever way you go, isn't it?
Yeah, if we don't spend this summer, then I'm on the Win train.
The thing is, the owners have gambled so. It's a massive gamble, I want to say, because if we mess up now, our big players are going to go, and then what do? We have to start again. Yeah. And we have to give the likes of Wilson, Longstaff, Byrne another year contract just to keep them for squad depth. And I said this so many times. These players should have gone in January last year. Then we didn't have to sell Anderson and Minte in the summer. We sold Anderson to Forest and got Vlachodimos for 20 million who don't play. John Ruddy came in. Apparently he's a goalkeeping coach.
But didn't
need him.
John Ruddy was a free, and the Vlachodimos was simply a case of two clubs changing hands in the last transfer window.
We could have got a different player than Vlachodimos. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, it had to be a Forest player.
Yeah, I'm saying like an outfield player. It didn't have to be a goalkeeper.
It had to be a player that Forest wanted rid of.
Yeah. We wanted Elanga, didn't we? But they wouldn't do the Elanga.
But Forest also wanted the deal. It's not like they did us a favor. They also wanted to make something happen.
No, we did each other a favor.
Exactly. Yeah, but we gave them the best player of the. You know what they gave them? You know what we gave them? Their best player of the season, man.
Yeah.
We got the requisite money from each other.
We gave them their two best players.
We gave them we gave Forrest their best player of the season. Meanwhile, we got Vlachodimos. So that's what I'm trying to. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Well,
you could have done something.
20 million quid.
Gillespie a year extension for what?
Because he's a Jordan, he needs to be on the list. Because
you know what? This comes down to how
there's
one
a Jordan
of
tax.
These players. And now Lloyd Kelly came on a free. We've sold him. Gary said, brilliant business. 20 mil. Just like I said, does shit all when he comes on. But it's good that we've let him go. We've let Miggy go now. Like, we needed players in January. And if Isak gets injured, we are screwed.
We are
if Gordon gets injured.
Put your camera on.
Well, if any of the 11 get injured, we're screwed.
We are knackered. We are knackered.
We are knackered.
But going back to the Villa thing, just recently, because like I said, they have done some good business in this window. But according to Diluted Twos, they are 96%.
Hey, don't start with your breaking news, man.
96%. 96% wages to revenue ratio. And these are the teams that I think could be flying really close to the ceiling come June the 30th. That we could probably go and pick the bounds from.
I definitely agree with that. I think Villa's going to have some issues in the summer.
Well, Villa's wages.
Yeah, but I mean, what
Villa's
issues, man? But they're doing good right now, man. I think Villa's doing the business.
Mil from Duran.
Yeah, but
they did. But I had to ask you that, by the way, Mighty Wins.
That's 70 mil euro, though, right? So it's like 50 something.
£250,000.
Like 60 mil.
Yeah.
So the money that you say if you so Almiron comes on, we just got paid. Can we spend that right now as well? Or does it have to
on wages?
You could,
can spend it.
No. So the answer. So you $9 million from Almiron right now. The next day, can you use the $9 million to buy somebody?
You can spend $45 million. Dead easy.
Well, that's because you amortize, but you're trying to have payments on everything. At some point, it makes no sense to have payments on every single player, man. You're gonna have to put the money.
That's what you have to do.
But even if you do that, there's no excuse to me why we are not signing a player.
Then the only excuse that I'm saying excuse. The only reason
you think because they're going to sack Eddie,
that I can logically see is because they've got a replacement lined up for Eddie, and they want to give him the money in the summer.
I don't.
Does anybody agree with that?
No.
No, I don't agree with that. But,
No.
but for me, what I've said from the start is you've got to look at the sellable assets, and the lads in the chat are absolutely spot on. Craven, Villa have sold £200 million worth of players in 1 year. We haven't got those type of players that we could sell. And I think, like I said, what you've got to be careful of doing here is just looking at what everybody else has been able to do because of the depth of the squad and everything else. We have bought in really good players, but the dead wood is still lingering. And
but here's the thing, though, Gary. Hold on. Here's the thing. The two players that we're talking about that I believe is good business because you're not losing nor gaining. You don't know. You're a gamble. But a proper gamble because you're getting quality. Asensio and Rashford. All they got to pay is their salary. You know what I mean? They're not paying fees.
250 grand a week for Rashford.
Well, okay.
What does that do to the squad when he's getting twice what Isaac's getting? That would have been a ridiculous move. I'm sorry. And he plays in Anthony Gordon's position. You can't just say he's a good player so he can play on the right.
I would have done that, but
no way.
I would have done that. You don't think? Okay, perfect.
You would have bought Sterling as well.
So would you? And so don't hide now. So say we would have.
Donnarumma's a good keeper. We should have tempted PSG off him and stuck him on the right, shouldn't we?
Oh no. That don't make no sense. That makes you can play.
What you're saying doesn't make sense.
No,
we don't need Marcus Rashford.
But your example is playing a goalkeeper for a winger,
and he would have wrecked with wages.
Yeah, but you can gamble on that. But your argument to me is a goalkeeper to right wing makes zero sense. So come on. I mean, or Asensio. There's many others. That you could have gotten. Let me ask you then, because you're disagreeing with me, Jimmy. Hold on. So what are you saying? We're good right now, or what? What's your thought process?
Who's the lad who signed for Man City, the defender?
Kushnerov.
The lad from Uzbekistan.
That we were in for him. I shouldn't be saying this because I was speaking to a contact from the local press actually.
You're right. The
reason we didn't get that deal over the line, that's cost us this window, is that there wasn't as much money as anticipated spent in the club shop the other week when Chris and Josh and all the Americans were over. And that deficit has left us short as January. Apparently, the funds he expected you to spend, you spent all buying Nobby Solano bottles of brewing.
You're in the strawberry. You're in the strawberry too much.
He certainly didn't spend them buying rounds.
Buying too many rounds in the strawberry instead of in the club shop.
We definitely spend on that damn club shop. I tell you what, one of these. This thing is like 50 quid, man. Fucking hell. Come on, man. But I'm just saying, man.
Well, actually, that's something that we have to think about is the Kusanov deal because, from what we understand from the apparently from the Kusanov camp, that we were first in line for him, but we couldn't get it across the board until Miguel was gone
because of PSR. That's what the thing. But
because of PSR.
I don't know. I just can't believe it. I refuse to. And maybe the facts are there. I don't know.
I don't know why. But why would the Kusanov camps come out and say that then? It would make no. I mean, there's no skin in
other than he chose Man City.
Going in for these players.
Yeah.
Other than the kid said, I'm going to choose Man City, so the agent said, I'm not going to make it look like an idiot.
So why wouldn't Newcastle just come out and say, that's
you
know
not
why,
what happened? Brent? Because they don't talk to us, man. They don't talk to us. They don't say nothing. And there's a lot of people in the chat that will agree, well, that's fine because
Chris,
the club keeps their cards
from
close
what
to them,
I've
whatever.
seen this month is our club's not serious. Because if we were a serious club, they would have backed out. And this is where they need questioning. Why have you not brought the players? On the flip side, you got to question how and be like, Why are you not questioning your board and being like, give me the players that I need so I can win a cup and push for the Champions League? This is what pisses me off about Howe. He's got no balls like that. He's just a nice guy. We need a ruthless manager. Like Amorim at Man United came in and said, this is the worst team in Man United history. No other manager said that after Ferguson. He's come
He'll be
in
sacked.
5
He'll
minutes
be
and
sacked
said that.
soon.
Well, you
Howe
say
would never ever say that.
Amorim will be gone soon. I mean,
he'll
that
be sacked.
attitude to be able to say that to to the rest of. Imagine if you're on that team and your manager says you're the worst team ever in Manchester United history. That is a strong statement to make and not a very good thing for morale. I don't think Amorim's going to last very long. But anyway, we're not talking about Amorim. We're talking about Eddie Howe. He's done a fantastic job. If there's something stopping him now, if you're Asensio and you've got a loan deal to come to the Premier League, which club would you rather sign for, Newcastle or Aston Villa? Given where we're at,
I'd say Newcastle.
Yeah,
I'd say you got fair, and that, by the way, debunks Mighty Wind's story that everybody wants to go to London. Just you might be born in Mars, but you just wake up saying I want to live in London for some reason, and you know, so you just gotta propose give a proposal to the player that will persuade him. Look at the project. Look at it.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, we are not out there, man. We're not out there for these players. We're not.
And there's got to be an ultimate reason. Now, Wynn's saying it might be because we want to wait till the summer and then strengthen. I don't understand. We're in such a good position right now. We can still make Champions League. We can still win the FA Cup. We can still win the League Cup. Right or wrong?
We can.
No, but we don't know that, though. We don't know how we're going to perform going forward.
Exactly. What we wanted to have was a few boost options off the bench. We're not asking for an unreal amount of,
I agree.
Just some boosters, just a couple of people coming off the bench, like a I would say Doku, but you know what I mean, like someone who would come
somebody like that. No, I agree.
change the game, you know.
You know, Holding joins the Sheffield United on loan. You know what I mean? Like,
even Sheffield United.
It's killing me because they can't spend that much money, man. None of these clubs. And we just, for 3 windows in a row, I just cannot understand it. The Bearded Toon fan says Villa has sold good players for big money. We can spend 100 million, but we are being brainwashed by this PSR myth. Ask experts. All say we could spend 80 million this window, no issues.
I hadn't heard that.
Well, earlier today, Gary was bringing up something about Stefan. What is his name? Boston.
Yeah. And even he says there should be some wiggle room there. If Newcastle want to buy, there should be some money there to spend.
Yeah, but
because of the amount of commercial
wiggle
revenue
room isn't 80 million. I don't think we're anywhere near.
I'm not saying it's going to be anything like that. But what I'm saying is, if that's the case, and as we're talking about loan purchases now, there is certainly money there within the pot.
I agree with that.
Regarding the wages, as we've just got rid of 2 players. So their wages are off the books now. So there's definite wiggle room there. So it doesn't make any sense why we haven't gone into the loan market, even if it has an obligation to buy it, if they get so many games, very much to what Kelly Deal has gone to in Juventus. Like I said, there's very few teams that are going to get rid of good players unless good players are asking to leave. Now, obviously, we know West Ham now have signed Ferguson from Brighton because he's not getting game time, and he's got 2 strikers in front of him now, and he has asked to go out and get game time. Now, obviously, that's a player who's getting a little bit frustrated of sitting on the bench, and the managers took a gamble because if one of his main strikers go down now, you know, it's like you're in a situation where we are. Do you push a player out to get the game time to keep him happy, or do you just hold on to him to sit on the bench and wait his time?
So, one thing though, like Brad and the Mighty Win do their calculations. Jamie, you probably got a better idea. I got no clue of how much money we've got in the pot. Like, even if we did have a bit of money, I don't understand. I can't understand it. Chris, we were here last transfer window. I was out and about. We were taking interviews of people and what have you, you know, during deadline day. It was dead. we put in a last-minute bid for Alanga. Was it Alanga? Yeah.
Yeah, 11th hour.
And I'm just thinking, like, what is going on? Why? There's so many questions to be answered.
The big question is that, you know, like Steve is saying in the chat, we are running on fumes, and we will run out of gas very soon, and that's the problem, you know, because it seems like a wasted season once again, and I always like to go back to what Warren Barton once said in this channel here, that about why, when I asked him why couldn't we win with that great team that we had, because one of the things that he said was, we were so good that it felt like we didn't get it this year, we're going to get it next year. And the next year, you said the next year. And that next year, you said the next year. But you kept saying that, and everybody was retired and gone. And it feels like, okay, we're not going to sign nobody this season. We're going to sign in the summer. And we just keep doing that, and we keep doing that, and we keep doing that. And for 3 windows in a row now, we are knackered. Oh, man. Knackered, man. And you should be quiet. Don't say nothing ever again. Because you've been saying we're going to sign players. Yeah. We're going to do all of that. So for 2 windows in a row, you said that.
Yeah.
Never again say anything.
In a row. But no, what I've said for 3 windows in a row is that we had money to spend and we haven't spent it.
We definitely didn't have money this summer.
I still think that's the case.
We have.
Be back in a second, boys.
The thought the wheel might come off last year with Eddie, and it didn't. So that it would be really bad PR to get rid of him then. So they're waiting this window. They're hoping they don't get Europe, and then they can sack him without losing faith.
But see, you
how can you say we had money in the summer though?
Well, do we
I think it's pretty obvious.
So we know we had money in the summer.
Well,
how? How? Where?
But we went for Margay and Elanga.
Even if you don't believe the 70 million, we'll put a 50 million bid in Margay and Elanga.
Sure, 50 million bid, but that meant we were going to have to sell. We were going to have to sell again, and it was going to be another Anderson Menta situation, and that's why we didn't go any further than 50 million, because we knew that if we spent 50 million, we probably only had maybe 20 million to spend, and so we were going to have to get rid of 30 million the next year and do the same thing we did all over again. And that's why Mitchell said what he said. Because it's not a good plan.
Spirit of Toon Fan says we could have bought Cherky for literally 18 million.
Yep.
We could have.
So Jamie, go on, Jamie. Justify this nonsense, man. Because you came on this show today trying to justify the BS from the club right now.
Who's Ryan Turkey?
There you go. Exactly.
He's
Leon.
I must admit, I was looking at him when he was at PSV before he went to PSG. I was fancying him.
I think he's got a short fuse as well, but you know, still.
I was saying, Brad, how much do you think we've got in the pot?
Right now, I think we probably have whatever, 20, 30, just based on the sales.
Okay.
Oh, but Jamie, but just look at hold on. Let's pause on that for a second. Say you're right. I'm not disagreeing that I'm not saying you're wrong, right? But how can that be, man? Like I don't understand it. We keep blaming. I mean, actually, I'm one of the few people on the channel that said no statue for Bandy. Mighty Win was handling that himself. He was going around asking people for coins and stuff so he can put the statue about Amanda Stavely. And I disagree with him because she's just somebody that got the deal done. Great, we like you. Good stuff. I'll take a picture with you and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, she's no, Toon legend or anything like that. But she did great. But we keep blaming her for 3 windows that we have no signing. We keep saying she's the reason because she got us Tonali, Isaac, and all them twats.
Yeah, but
why do we have no money to spend? I don't understand it, man.
She maxed out the credit card.
Yeah, but we had 3 years, a year and a half to pay it off.
But who left? Who left? Nobody left.
No, but
I think last winter when Howe didn't want to get rid of I can't say how, but when we didn't sell a couple players, I think that's what really backed us up to this point.
It was Howe. Definitely Howe. Didn't want to let go of those players.
I think last window is what kind of screwed us in the summer, and here we are 3 windows later without anything.
I do agree as well, because I mean you can't just be PSR. PSR cannot be the only and sole reason as to why we don't get anybody. Kelvin says, I expect 100 million plus in the summer, regardless of whether we get Champions League or not. Well, that could be the new parameter now, because I mean, we haven't.
No, I think I agree. I don't know about 100 million, but we definitely need to spend this summer. If they don't spend this summer, then I'm on with Win with talking about trying to get rid of Howe.
Well, by that time they could be gone anyway. If that's the case, if that's the scenario, by that time he could be gone.
Howe's not going anywhere. They're not going to fire him.
Roy said that Howe's a holder.
Well, Roy haven't said anything since I joined, so he must have an issue with me.
He said Howe's a holder. He likes to keep things, and he doesn't like to get rid of things. So, you know,
I agree with that.
But his house is a tip.
Well, I guarantee you. See, that's the thing, though, because we say PSR. I guarantee you that there's a lot of reasons as to why this is happening, and one of them is Eddie Howe is giving a note to a lot of these players. I guarantee you, Mitchell is having options up out there, and he's not wanting them. I guarantee you that's what's happening.
You
Jamie,
guarantee. How the hell can you guarantee?
You think Mitchell is bringing players that we can afford that would improve the squad, and Eddie Howe's the only thing stopping them getting in?
No, I'm not saying that's the only. See, that's the thing, though. You and Mighty Win are only wanting to hear one thing. I understand I'm talking about Eddie Howe. You look like him, so you wanna keep him as, and the other one is his god. So I understand that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's got to be one of the reasons, along with PSR, along with maybe Mitchell. I don't know, maybe not doing his job. I don't know, but there's got to be multiple reasons. And Eddie Howe is not unscathed, by the way. That you guys think that he is the victim here. That's the problem.
They think he's God, Chris, the happy cutlers.
Jamie and Mighty Win, yeah. Jamie, he wasn't thinking like that before, but now he's turned.
No, I don't think he's
going to win.
I think he'll struggle to get a better manager than him, absolutely.
Oh my God, Win, man.
What are we talking about then? What are we talking about?
What are you talking about?
I'll have the Fulham, Bournemouth.
There's there's 10 managers easy better than him in as far as football career is concerned. So I don't know what you're talking about there.
You're going to be able to get. How I name them.
Okay, well then now there's another question that we're going to be able to get.
He's better than him.
Who?
Well, I don't know about Areola. Well, Areola's doing this and that.
Areola's doing okay now. As Hertzler was last season, look at him now.
Who?
Hertzler.
As Oliver Glasner was doing last season, look at him now.
My point is that Eddie Howe's a bad manager. That's not my point. He's a good manager. But he's no. He's
not a good manager. He's a quality manager.
Okay, well I think that's a okay. But he's not to the level of Pep Guardiola to do whatever he wants with the club.
Well, are you going to get Pep Guardiola? Get Pep
what I'm trying to tell you is that he needs to have his open mindset. He needs to work with the new DOF.
He's intelligent enough to have an open mindset. I don't think he's stupid.
Okay, Win, can I ask you a question?
That's not necessarily the case. Some managers
Eddie Howe was being offered any player who he thought could improve the squad, he would take them. Why the hell would he not?
Because he said at the start of the transfer window, we are not looking to recruit.
Exactly.
He does not want to recruit, and that's the problem.
Didn't. And he gave a no on loans, by the way.
He said any squad should bring in at least one signing every window.
Right.
Then why does he not bring anyone in then?
Well,
it's baffling.
That's
baffling.
I think it's because
maybe Bournemouth doesn't want to sell anyone.
Bournemouth or Burnley don't want to sell.
By the way, Semenyo would have been good. Semenyo would have been good.
What's the latest news? Because we might have signed 2 players whilst we're arguing amongst each other.
Man,
we keep buying their players and they still battle us every game.
Another thing I want to say is, am I allowed to name another channel, Chris?
Well, in a bad way, no.
It's not in a bad way. It's not in a bad way. It's something it was Alex from Toon Review. He was talking about if we don't make Europe, or someone was asking the question, if we don't make Europe, we might not be able to attract the players for next season. And he was saying along the lines like, well, look at Man United, Chelsea, Tottenham. They're out of Europe, but they can still attract. And he was naming some from Europe as well, from Serie A, like Juventus, Roma, whatever. The thing is, with them clubs like Man United, they can still attract players regardless because the stature and the history.
Yeah.
and the wages.
Okay, Tottenham. You can
Yeah.
say,
but here's the thing though, Tiger. Not Aston Villa, not Tottenham.
But the only thing with Aston Villa is they've got Champions League.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
season.
but so but that's like that's 6
Chris,
months.
don't forget, Aston Villa are a big club as well.
So are we? If Aston Villa's a big club, we are as well.
Well, I would say we're slightly bigger than them, but they also are a big club.
Yeah, well, exactly. So if they're able to go out there and get loans and attract players that are
with
quality,
the Tottenham situation, I know. I've always thought we're a bigger club than Tottenham. Tottenham are not a big club.
I agree with you as well.
Because they're in London and they've got a big stadium.
I agree with you as well.
They can also pull players.
They milk off the Arsenal every year.
Is that even without Europe, I don't think we can, especially with Howe and John, I don't think we can attract the players of like elite, not elite, but like the quality players. I think we'll just get good to decent average players, and that's it. Without Europe, I think with Europe we'll get the players that we need. But that's just one thing I want to say as well.
That's where you lean on Mitchell and his experience, because he can find guys that aren't, something that I think we kind of get our sights on too much is this proven stuff and players who've done stuff, rubbish, have huge numbers. But there's young players out there that, and Mitchell's done this his whole career. There's young players out there that Mitchell would be able to pull in. Now the only issue you're going to have is kind of, how is Howe going to deal with them, because we've seen how he deals with young players in the past.
That's the problem.
But and maybe that's your smoking gun for Wynn's thoughts. Mitchell is recruits a certain type of player, and Howe doesn't want to play him.
By the way,
your smoking gun for that.
To that theory, to the conspiracy theory of Eddie Howe being getting set up. PIF, I highly doubt that PIF talks to Eddie Howe. I mean, I don't think, I just don't see that relationship being there. I thought that Amanda Stavely was that link, if you will, if there was a need to have that link, because at the end of the day, Eddie Howe's coaching, so he gets the results, and the owners, that's what they appoint people to do the job. It's somebody jumped out. I don't know who it was.
I thought we signed someone there.
What's happening here, man? Who's messing with the stuff?
Nobody.
Anyways, there's a million people clicking stuff. My point was that whoever reports to PIF is going to be Paul Mitchell and Darren Niels, and whatever they have PIF's ear. So if that's there could be a room for Mighty Wynn's conspiracy theory, because I don't think Eddie Howe is saying, "Can I have a meeting with PIF to explain my case to stay in the club?" I think PIF will get our room I in is going to get the reports from Paul Mitchell and Darren Niels, and obviously some people think that those two guys are lurking every time the camera is pointed at them at St. James's Park. So, hey, listen, I know, Wayne, I know you're hurt about this situation. I mean, you feel like your man needs another 10 years in Newcastle and all that, but at the end of the day, bro.
Well, he's not going to get 10 years at Newcastle, because it's patently obvious to me that they're not backing him.
So, Jamie, you agree with him?
Well, you can't disagree that he hasn't had the backing. I don't believe that he's stopping that squad from getting extra reinforcements in.
So,
both players seem to open. Perhaps there is some incidents where certain players could have been let go. The trick is getting the value. If you sell your Kieran Trippier and Matt Target, you get 1.25 million. Replacements in those positions cost 15, 20, 25 million. And all those clubs you mentioned, your Tottenhams and Man United, it's not just the size of the clubs and stuff. It's the players they had to sell to keep the turning, keep the wheel turning. I think we're just in a position where our wheels made a full circuit of the turn. But I do agree that there's a possibility that they're lining up something for someone else in the summer. If he gets Champions League and wins the League Cup, they can't sack him. That'd be mad.
Yeah, that would be bad. Yeah.
So here's my question, though. At what point did the PIF just decide they weren't going to back Eddie Howe? At what point?
To me, 18 months ago.
18. So that was before Paul Mitchell. But Paul Mitchell. But to you, Paul Mitchell's the guy that's pushing this. So how can that doesn't add up?
Yeah, well, bear in mind he fell out with Ashworth before that as well.
But Staveley was still with the team, and I thought she was the one going out and getting all of her players.
And these guys.
No, we're talking 18 months ago. No, she went before summer.
Well, she went just at the end of the summer.
Oh.
Exactly. She just left this year.
So none of this timetable adds up to the PIF just deciding out of nowhere that they weren't going to back them.
Okay, sorry. Well, I've got that screwed up in my mind then. Since Amanda went.
Your mind is screwed up anyway.
Since Amanda went, it was you that told us to go on the brown.
I thought it was going to bring any luck, man.
I've still got half a bottle left to last for 45 minutes. This is the rescue dog. It's going to come. There's going to... breaking news. Newcastle signing Mbappe. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that ain't gonna happen.
He doesn't
since Amanda went, it's never been the same.
Yeah, but Amanda was here through two. It was two windows.
It was Amanda that brought in the likes of Isaac, Bruno, Gordon, Botman, Trippier,
right?
Poole, Byrne.
Okay, but she was here. She was here in the winter of the last window. So why didn't we spend when she was here then?
Well, I think the Darren Eales by then had been passing the news back to PIF. We're in a bit of a hole here.
Mm-hmm.
So we were in a
hole. Last winter, they tried to sell Almiron and he wouldn't go.
Yeah.
And that put us in a PSR.
Well, Trips was...
Which ended up us having to sell him into an Anderson.
There was Bayern Munich came in for Trips, and I think Howe nixed that. I think we could have gotten rid of Trips.
I think he did, yeah.
Like 15 million last winter.
I don't blame him for knocking that back at the time.
Well, hindsight. So
I cannot see how we can say that the Eddie Howe's not been supported. I mean, he's had 14 players since the takeover.
And how much spent?
Exactly, Gary.
Exactly. And if you look at it, we've only sold, was it 3? Well, 5 now, because you've had Miggy go this season and Kelly. So we've sold 5 players, and I don't think what was it? Wood 19 million. We got 23 million for ASM, 10 million for Miggy, and potentially we're going to get 20 million for Kelly, but not yet. So if you actually look at the amount of players that we've had in to the amount of players that we've actually got rid of, a lot of the players haven't given us any money back. We lost money on Chris Wood.
Because the dross that he was left with under Ashley
and it's exactly what Roy was saying.
That's what I'm saying. Are we not looking at this through rose-tinted glasses because where we finished and expecting too much? Because, if we'd have gone on this trajectory from the takeover, as, the 5-year plan, as everybody was talking about, and slowly incremented up the league to a position in the top 7 teams continually, we would have been in a better situation on a gradual incline rather than just jumping from 11th to 4th.
That's why I say I think it's just a simple. We maxed out the credit card. Amanda came in and saw this huge credit card that had $0 on it. She maxed it out, and we've been paying the penalties since. Now, I think this summer, a lot of from 3 years ago is like Pope and a bunch of other players we bought is going to drop off, and that's going to open up a bunch of cap room. But I think we just maxed the credit card out. Period. I think it's that simple, to be honest with you. And then, like Roy was saying, we didn't sell players when we could have. I get why we didn't want to sell Trips at the time, but I think we should have sold him. Sometimes you just have to do that.
Well,
Villa just got rid of Duran, and how many goals has he scored for him this year? Why did they do that?
Yeah.
Well, it's the money, isn't it? £70 million.
Just out of interest, here's the thing, right? Just out of interest, I've just went now to look at the best odds for Newcastle's next manager. And who do you think is 8-5 favourite?
Mourinho.
No, not even in the top 10.
What's his? Yeah, I was going to say, but
Marco Rose. Or Rosie, I think.
Rose?
Marco Rosie. RB Leipzig.
Ah, okay.
Didn't our big lads go out the Champions League?
I've honestly,
yeah, they got
went
destroyed.
out, not the
they got
playoffs. They went
destroyed.
out.
They weren't even competitive in the Champions League.
I've never even
Go on,
heard
him.
of the kid, and he is 8-5 favourite.
The thing is, it's a different field, isn't it? In the summer, like so many people leave clubs, come available. Whoever's available now is not the guy.
I just can't see where they haven't backed. That's what I'm trying to say. I know we haven't backed anybody in the last 3 windows, but it's evident on paper that there's been backing there for the players that Eddie actually wanted, and he was given the free reins from Amanda, and maybe that is the problem. Maybe we were just a little bit too gung-ho to go and splash the cash without even the consideration of selling.
Yeah, but 3 windows. I mean, we haven't caught up. I thought, so I still don't know then how it works, because if we were caught up with Forest and go on, Roy.
The first 3 windows, or if you look at the 14, 15 players he's bought, 9 of them or 10 are defenders or goalkeepers.
Yeah.
So how many right backs he bought? Tino, Ashby, Trippier. That's 3. On the left, he bought Lewis Hall, Target, and then he had Kelly and Dan Burn as well, and they both played there. Then you got Botman, and then how many we've got? 17 goalkeepers we bought.
Yeah, don't forget your manager's a defender of old.
You think a lot of money has been wasted. Then you got rid of ASM and got another guy for extra money who's not Barnes. Each one's got goods and bad.
Yeah, and Gary, I think, I agree with that too. Gary, you've said it this a few times. When we went out and bought Barnes, it kind of felt like money thrown away a little bit. He didn't really fill a need for us, and that I completely agree with that. At this point, you look back at that and you go, well, it's a bench player, but we weren't at a point to buy bench players like Barnes for that much money. I mean,
don't get me wrong. He has got us points that we wouldn't have got without.
Oh, he absolutely has. Yeah,
you know what I mean. And I'm talking last season as well as this season.
But if you buy a right wing instead, that can be a starter.
Well,
that's why it's a different story. Maybe you don't need Barnes to do
Anthony
that.
Gordon was going to be a right wing. That's the problem.
That's true.
So I mean that's the it's. I think Barnes is a good sign. I just don't.
I just think it was a knee-jerk reaction, and what Roy's just said there. You see, for me, the consensus has always been the defence or goalkeepers or something like that. And again, I'll go back to Eddie's montage of being a defender as a player. He likes to shore up shop. He likes to play a system where he doesn't want to be beaten at the back. And unfortunately, like I say, playing this 4-3-3 fluid system, it seems to have we've had a few chinks in the armour recently, where because Tonali has this free reign, if you like, and J7 sits in the hole. J7's obviously been carrying this injury for a couple of games because he has been nowhere to be seen at certain points, tracking back, covering the slots, and that is a worry for me when you're playing or having to play players that aren't at full speed or aren't fully committed at the game. Now, we all know J7 only has one cell, and that's to go in hard. And it doesn't matter whether he's carrying or not, he will not ever back out of a challenge. We know that that's his game. And if you take that part of his game away from him, he ain't a player anymore. So for me, it's a case of when you've got players in positions that you can actually say to him, you know what, just come off the field. Don't play this game. We'll gamble on putting Miley in there. And I said at the start of the game with me and Brant, to me, Miley was the perfect option in the midfield because the way you beat the likes of Fulham ain't a bad side, but they ain't a great side. You just need to play around them. Let them chase the ball. We couldn't string 3 passes together against Fulham. And that's not just Miley's problem. That was the rest of the team's problem. And I think it just needed somebody in there that could just put the foot on the ball instead of just kicking it away and actually look up and play a pass to feet. And we just didn't have enough of that on Saturday.
Yeah, Bruno did that for a while in the first half, but
What's going on with that guy, man? Why is he
He's
falling asleep, man?
He's falling asleep.
Oh, okay, man. We put you on the, hey, man. We'll put you on the front page, man. If you're sleeping, brother, don't.
We got VAR, man.
I'm sleeping. I'm checking out. Willian's having a medical at Fulham and loads of stuff going on. And
look at that, Millwall signing Lovelace. Look, Millwall mighty win. Millwall got no PSR problems. Portsmouth, they agreed to release goalkeeper Will Norris. That is Richie play there, or no? Does Matt Richie play there?
Portsmouth.
Yeah. Wow. Tenji says, let's go with some comments, man. Tenji, J7 is a player we can make money off. All he is a battering ram.
Agree.
It's been put. Well, I was saying that, but you said he was great. He could have scored a hat trick, so I don't know.
Could have scored a hat trick.
I don't know.
He hasn't been great in the last 5-6 games.
Don Milburn, clubs wanted.
Though. It's still important.
I think he's still important. I agree with that. I agree. By the way, we have no other midfielders to cover. We got Willock. Who we got? Miley. I mean, you can't put Miley, but but you're gonna give him the starting line, the starting row. I understand that, but he's still not. He's still like.
Listen, last season, everybody was raving about Miley's performances, right? Because he was a local lad coming in as a young'un, 17-year-old, and he did like brilliant as a 17-year-old. But his performances weren't stellar at all. They were competent. They weren't brilliant, but he was getting loads and loads of plaudits because he was young and because he was local.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with that. Well, first of all, I don't do none of that local nonsense. You're either good or you're bad, man. It got nothing to do with me.
If you're good enough, you're old enough. That's my say.
I absolutely agree with that.
I think he did a job to get an opportunity to get some more minutes this season.
He's been better than Longstaff.
Yeah, and he's been better than Longstaff.
Better than Longstaff now.
So that's it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
And then he's been injured, and now it's time maybe to have a few games. I'd like to see him get a start on Wednesday night with.
Oh, look at you questioning Eddie Howe. Not you questioning Eddie Howe, Mr. Jamie Smith. Oh man.
Well, there's a vacancy there, isn't there? Like he's had the reintegration after the back injury. I think you need to have a bit of a more robust team than maybe putting Joe Willock in there.
Exactly.
So I would put Miley in.
Yeah, I would too.
Willock, certainly.
Yeah, I'd definitely play Miley over Willock.
Miley,
I think it's between them now.
Yeah, but then we get into. But why is he not doing it?
That's still saying.
He has no faith in the youth.
So much.
He doesn't. Eddie has a philosophy on experience over youth, and I think that's his fault. If I'm honest with you, he doesn't see the youngsters at all. He'll go with experience all day, every day.
I could agree about experience, not quality. Like he'll see a quality player on the bench and he won't put him over what he thinks was going to work. Hence the big Miley and Tonali and Longstaff.
Lewis Hall,
20 million debates that we had on this channel.
He didn't like Lewis Hall for a while.
4 months last season. All on the bench.
Because he thought he wasn't ready.
Here we go.
Dan Burns getting battered every week.
The results.
Exactly. Let me tell you
everything he does is like the sun shines out of every part of his
stubborn. Yeah, stubborn.
For you, Mikey.
And that's the issue. That's why I don't think that poor Miley is going to get any game time. When?
Well, here's one of my.
That's one thing. That's one thing that other clubs have over us, by the way. And I know that we hate Man United, but at the end of the day, they grab Mainu and they put him on the pitch.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The only way he's going to learn, or you're going to know, the only way he's going to learn, or you as a coach are going to know what he's about, is by putting him on the pitch, putting that jersey on, putting that shirt on, and see what he can do. Because at the end of the day, that's all that matters, man.
Chris, look at Lewis Skelly came on for Arsenal. Did the Erling Haaland celebration, made the papers. He's a quality player.
Even look at Garnacho, because he was, although he's Argentinian, he came from there. He's still a academy player for Man United.
Yeah.
You know, you put him in there, he scores. He does the little Cristiano Ronaldo because he's a fanboy, of Ronaldo, and then he does the CU, and but like you see what the personality of the young player is, like Osula. Right. You put him on the pitch, he doesn't give a damn. He gets the ball and runs. to try to score.
He'll
You see what I'm
get a
saying?
game in 2029.
Yep. Well, that's another conversation because right now we're giving honorary positions to some footballers, by the way, because Shola Amiobi should be nowhere near the club. He should be probably greeting people in the hospitality area, but he can't be. Nobody talks about that, because I mean I guess Mighty Win is afraid that he's not going to say hi to him when he's riding his bike, or he's not, But at the end of the day, we got to come here on this show and say what other people are scared to say.
Well, here's been my other issue this season. We talk about youth and guys not getting games. How many matches in our nine game run where's the game pretty much over at halftime, and we didn't sub until the 60th, 75th minute still.
Yeah.
Like, bring some of these guys in at halftime. You're up 3-0. What are you doing? Why aren't we bringing these? I mean, and now we're talking about we look tired. Man, why didn't we sub earlier? Why are we doing like a normal sub routine that's the 75th minute when you could have brought in a bunch of guys and let these other guys?
Just ask, is anyone watching the under-21s and saying, he's ready, he's chomping at the bit,
no,
he's annihilating everyone, and that's why our under-21s are top of the league?
Well, no, that is
if not,
true.
what you're saying is half an argument.
I know that, Jamie. So I agree with you 100%. Actually, we are rubbish. Our kids are rubbish. I mean, Sanusi, and by the way, it's not their fault. So saying rubbish is not good for the kids because they're just, but they're not being. I don't know. They're not being developed. They're not being taught right. Sanusi is one that people have been talking about. Yeah, but Osula's not a kind.
How many games Osula should have come on when
Sanusi got half a game, man?
Osula should have had 20, 30 minutes on quite a few games. Yeah,
we've been up.
Well, but that is the Macam Slayer, man. Well, they're coming in the hordes now.
Got a few in.
I mean, you've also got to take into consideration you've got a couple of players that will be coming in on their 18th birthday. They're obviously out and about. I mean, Faktang Salier, I think he's going to be a really good player.
Sorry. Go on.
And I do disagree when you say that we haven't got great talent in the youth team, because I do look at the youth team quite a lot. And the biggest problem that we've got is the youth team of old all matured together. And you're absolutely right. For me, there just wasn't the right loan deals for them to go out there and produce what they could. But what you've got now is you've got a number of young lads from the age of 16 onwards that are all performing at under 21 level. And they're all doing an absolutely grand job. So the idea is to get them ready at an earlier age. And I think before, you see, where it was more of a results industry for our youth side, it's changed now. The ethos has changed. What they're trying to do now is get them match ready at a younger age so they develop quicker, because now they're playing against a lot of men at their age group. When you're playing 16, 17 and 18-year-olds in under 21 level, it's a massive jump up for the kids. And if they can do that, they're going to get so much more resilience and be more ready to come into the first team. Now, I've put on the chat many a time the players from 14 years old all the way down to, if you like, Anthony Gordon at 23. We have got an amazing chance of being future-proof here with the lads that we've got on our books. And that's continuing. That's continuing. Exactly. Well, we've just got the lad from Wolves. I can't think of his name now. Another centre forward who went to Arsenal Arsenal were looking to sign him, and obviously he refused because they couldn't guarantee him getting a chance of first-team football. Because they've got so many on the group. So he's decided to come to us. Now, again, he has to prove himself. But there's a young lad who I really like. He's 17-year-old, which is Neve. I think he's got a great future the way he's developing at the moment. And there's a number of them around that. And, I feel sorry for the likes of Pivas, who's been messed around at Willem too. He went there, and again, international clearance wasn't there, couldn't get a work permit, so then had to go back to his home club, if you like, and train with them. Took him weeks and weeks and weeks to get sorted. By the time he got into the side, the coach that wanted to play him then gets changed. He then sits on the bench. He's in and out the team infrequently now. A waste of a loan. He might as well be told to come back home. And just train with the lads, even if he's not getting a game. He just needs to train with the boys. He's 19 years old now. He's got a lot of ability in that right back, right centre back, and defensive midfield. I think he could be a good backup for us, and I cannot understand why they allow what's happening to him at the moment to happen.
All right. Welcome, Jefferson from the 90s Mags, a podcast. Jefferson, how you doing, mate? Welcome back for the second time.
Hey, Jefferson!
Jefferson's in the building. All the way from London, man. So we got another London lad, Tiger's.
The London Mag.
By the way, Tiger, nobody could hear the last thing you said because you weren't technically in the show, but we could hear you. But you've talked enough, brother. You talked enough. We gotta get to Jefferson. Jefferson's gonna, and then we're gonna get to your point so people can hear what you said. But Jefferson, what do you think on that? You've been an Eddie out, part of the Eddie out community, and now
must be I don't know if we're living in London.
Well, maybe. But what do you think? What do you think, man? What do you think? It looks like we got another empty window.
Yeah, I mean, I just came out of a humdinger a bit earlier. The heat was in the kitchen, as you would say, Chris, about the Eddie situation, because the way I see it is, I said that the run was a paper champion run. That we masked over the cracks a little bit, and it has started to show again. And I'm getting tired of having the same conversations about us losing at home, or when we're meant to be in ascending positions, poised to push ahead, and it's always another setback. But moving on to obviously transfers, it's disappointing to see we've not even looked to bring in a free or a loan, or potentially push to shift certain players that are more fringe. So you're looking at the likes of Longstaff. Even if we could pick up a 5 or a 6 million fee, would have been good fit to offload him. It is a shame about the Barnes situation, because had he not been injured, it would have been interesting to see if we shifted him. And I heard someone made a comment about Joe Linton earlier. That also would have been an interesting one, because he holds some value, but it does feel like he's one of our crown jewels. So that would be heavy on the fans' hearts. I think what we're seeing with Mitchell is being able to get the fees for Lloyd Kelly. I mean, the guy made 4 starts for the club. So if you think within a 12-month period of time, he's gone from playing from another club to kind of us selling him potentially for an obligation of around £20 million. So it's a case of holding on till the summer. And apparently in the summer we can spend, but where will we be by that point? Because if it's Conference League, it's not good enough. If it's Europa League, it's the standard, I would say. And you're hoping that our bigger players, I'm talking about your Isaks, your Tonalis, your Brunos, still believe in the dream and the ambitions of the club and that they want to stay. Ultimately, you're thinking, can we get Champions League? Probably not, because we don't have the squad. And as you guys mentioned earlier, I've raised historically the concerns about Eddie not rotating enough or trusting the youth. And what tends to happen is when we have made those changes, the players are too rusty to make an impression. So they need more minutes. And I thought after Asula scored against Bromley, that would have convinced Eddie a little bit. But you're still seeing him coming on at 87 minutes at the weekend. Yeah. 5 minutes after we conceded the goal, by the way. What is that going to do? Yeah. So fingers crossed we can hold it, finish 6th, keep hold of our best players, and have a really strong summer. But it's all ifs and buts at this point. Another disappointing window.
Yeah,
We'll not be 6 after 3 rounds.
Good talking points there. And Beer Viking saying in the summer we will do the business in January. That's what I was laughing at, because that's what we say every window, man. It's like the next one we're gonna do it. You know,
have you seen our next 3 fixtures and Bournemouth next 3 fixtures?
We got Man City coming up pretty soon.
They could be 8 points ahead of us.
That's why I was fuming. We dropped points because it feels like every time we're in a good position, the same happened against West Ham. Yep. If you look historically, right, because this 22-23 season has just skewed everything. It just feels like he can do no wrong. But when you look at the key times we've needed to get over the line, the Champions League game against Milan, the League Cup final against a terrible Man United. Even this season, we've seen it again. We've touched on West Ham. This game, it just feels like when the stakes are high, we can't get it over the line. And what is that about? Is that the mentality of the players? Is that a lack of tactics? Is that stubbornness? Is it the 14 years of neglect of Ashley with the sort of not spending very well and then us having to pull back on PSR? Like, what has caused us to this point? But I feel it's reaching ahead. I think this is a crucial season. I think if we don't meet minimum target of 6th, because I think that's where the team is good enough to finish, I think it's time to look for a new manager.
Well, something Mighty Win does not want to hear.
No. I think that's the way PIF are looking now. I think PIF have already made that decision.
Yeah. All right. Let's go with some comments.
If we're not in Europe, he needs to go.
Well, that might. I said wait until the end of the season to assess, and I think that might be one of the things. I mean, at the end of the day, something's got to give, man, because I mean, Eddie can say, well, they didn't bring any players. Well, you can also
you'd be right.
Assess. Yeah, that's right. But you can also assess a lot of games where we shouldn't have dropped points, where we screwed up half of the season trying to fit in Longstaff over Tonali.
Yeah, because you've got the same attitude as the players.
Took him 15 games.
Oh, so it's the players' fault.
We should be beating these teams.
Yeah, because you should. Because as much as you say no easy games in the Premier League, rubbish. A lot of easy games in the Premier League, because Fulham hasn't won the league ever, if not in 100 years, because Bournemouth never won it, because Southampton always get relegated, and the big ones always win. So, that's just the bottom line, bro. You can say a win here, a win there, but at the end of the day, the same ones win all the time.
It took us 15 games to realize that Tonali is better than Longstaff.
Yeah, we were saying that when Roy was a full-time contributor before he went to finding out somewhere else. I was
in Kuwait and South.
Yeah, anyway. He was me and him were the one saying why is Tonali not starting, and then Mighty Win kept showing his stupid stat, even with Jefferson. We were supposed to, we had a conversation with Jefferson. He was showing that stupid stat. Why?
There's another one. Playing Gordon on the right, playing him center forward.
We were trying to do everything to put Tonali in.
Playing Gordon center forward over Asula.
Yeah. He wanted to fix the right wing problem.
That's the new
by taking Gordon from the left, putting him on the right, and then creating another problem on the left. And it wasn't working. And then Longstaff thing, no idea.
That it was because we didn't have a right wing. That's so he was, and Barnes was on the left.
Yeah, but it wasn't working.
When Barnes
was
starting on the left, he was rubbish. He was great coming on as a sub, but when he was starting, he was doing nothing on the left.
Even the Southampton game. The game was dead, gone. Isaac came off. Gordon went to the centre forward, and Oswald on the bench.
Well, I agree that I've been criticising Eddie's in-game management all the time.
And then name me the last time he did the subs, and I'm not going to say a result because we've always been shit in the second half. The football improved. A bit better football after the subs. Never. It's never been better.
No, and I agree with you there.
And it was since, when was it? Last year, I said one of the games, as soon as he did that sub, it was a white flag. And until now, it was the same. His subs mean white flag. We shut down for business today.
That was 2 hours ago.
Continue.
That was the 2 away games against Chelsea and Arsenal.
Yeah, when we had 6 fouls on one of them.
Yeah.
Win, can I ask you a question? So you comment on his in-game management, but then you say he's the best manager in Newcastle history. Makes no sense.
Who's ever said he's the best manager in Newcastle's history?
The Newcastle
You
can
said
have.
it.
The Newcastle can have. Yeah, but
Nah,
you did say
he
you
couldn't
have
tie
said the
You said
new.
he's better
Bobby
than Keegan
Robson's
and
boots, man.
Bobby Robson.
Exactly. Well,
He wouldn't tie Bobby Robson's boots.
other fans that have YouTube channels say that that he's the same as Bobby Robson and Kevin Keegan just because they didn't win anything.
Jesus.
So yeah, it's not only the mighty win.
Wait.
No, but I'm just saying Win said that.
Robson got beaten 3 games in the Champions League, the first 3 games, and then won the last 3 games.
And Robson,
Eddie was top of the group.
Robson, as with every manager under Freddie Shepherd, was getting back to the hilt in every transfer market.
Well, and by the way, Mighty Win
were the
led the march
biggest spenders in the league.
Oh my God.
Second on 2 windows, we were second to Man United. Other than that, we spent more money in every window than anybody else. And paid the biggest wages, by the way.
But due to PSR,
Eddie
you
Howe
can't even
spent
come close
400
to
million.
comparing those.
He's been back.
Yeah, in the beginning,
he spent 400 million in 3 years, and the base he started from, the players he inherited from Bruce, were dross, as has been proven by the fact we're
now
going to
you're
shift
saying
any of them.
that you're saying that we could get top 2 Champions League with this squad start the season. Don't forget that when you said that in the summer.
And I still stand by it.
I've got another one. I've got
But
another
then you just
bombshell.
5 minutes ago said it was
Put this guy in jail,
unrealistic expectations to win Champions League.
No. What I'm saying is,
to think we can get it.
You can't say this. The team's dross when you're expecting top 2 with this squad.
Exactly.
I've never said the team's dross.
You just said he had
just said that,
a dross
though.
team from Bruce.
I've said the team that he inherited, the players that he
it's not the
inherited
same team
from
anyway.
It's the
Bruce
same
were
team.
dross.
No, it's not the same team. It's not the same team.
Well, we still got
And
the
he's had
same players there.
He spent 400 million very
You got some
wisely
players from there.
on
Yeah,
Isaac,
maxed out the
Bruno,
credit card.
Botman, Tonali.
Yeah, he maxed out the credit card.
And
Joe Linton, hey, even J7 in the chat says, "Damn, when he got you." Ooh.
Wait. All that money he spent and the 15 or 14 players he bought, we still had 4 Ashley players in the last game starting.
Yeah.
We had Nebraska.
My argument
Linton,
is,
and Murphy.
okay, I'm going to fall into the same trap as the rest here. West Ham, Bournemouth, Fulham at home. We should have won those games. That would be a 9 extra points, and that puts us second.
Yeah, but we didn't win.
Can I make a point about Eddie? Can I make a point about Eddie? Right?
Go on, Jefferson.
Didn't win though.
Yeah, Jefferson, go on.
One point I find very frustrating about Eddie, which is number one. Let's be real. Him and Tyndall. You guys talked about Tonali earlier. I found it really insulting that the way Eddie treated Tonali. What's the level of football that Eddie and Jason Tyndall have played? Like I've said, remove 18 months from Newcastle, and what are the level of manager we are talking about? It's just like, it feels like there's been this black magic. We've all become part of this cult. It's the cult of Howe. He's an average manager. The way he treated Tonali, who'd won Serie A, got to the Champions League semi-final, and you're telling him he's not good enough for our team. But Longstaff is. Okay. But the biggest qualm I've got with Eddie Howe is his lack of tactical awareness and tactical nous. We are praising this guy because he's come up with this 0-5-5 defensive formation this season. We praised him against Leicester because they had a new set piece routine. This should be standard of any top 8, top 6, top 4 manager, right? It shouldn't be we're giving the guy time to experiment. Like, we haven't got time for that, because every month that goes by, every week that goes by, you've got Villa getting ahead of us. You've got Forest establishing themselves. So we are wasting time. And I don't know if you guys watched the Fulham game. I'm sure you did. And I was in a group with D-Man and a few others, and I could see at the second half things weren't right. And this has happened a lot of the time in the season. And I'm saying, Eddie, make a change. Eddie, make a change. Eddie, make a change. Do something. And I said, he's waiting for us to go behind or for them to equalise before he makes a change, isn't he? Right? And that's what he does. So why are we getting a manager that's reactive? Is it because he's not confident? Is it because he doesn't have enough, tactical skills in his playbook? So is it a situation where Jason Tyndall isn't good enough and he needs to get a proper assistant to help him? Or he's just not good enough? So we can't afford to go behind in games and then he's waiting to react. When you can see the momentum is against you, you got 3 pacey runners running through the midfield because you had young Lewis Hall struggling against Traore. That was a mismatch, which means Joe Linton has to come to protect him, which leaves a gaping hole. We know that Bruno's running in quicksand. He's probably the slowest player in the team. So Tonali's having to do the job of 2 to 3 men. So I don't have a UEFA A license, but I will tell you, sacrifice one of the wingers and you bring on Joe Willock to play 4 men in midfield to plug that gap. But oh no, he doesn't do it. He doesn't see the bigger picture. He doesn't do it.
Except that on Saturday, when Fulham equalised, Willock missed an open goal with an air shot, and Isaac hit the ball.
By the way,
those two plays is why we lost the game, according to him. 2 plays
to give them a chance to get it done.
Fulham should have scored more.
No. But you know what loses the game, Mighty Win? Win. Hold on. You know what loses the game? How rubbish we are defensively. Brent, who I'm assuming doesn't have an A, what was it? A license that Jefferson mentioned, whatever the license is. It doesn't have that.
Pro license.
Nobody has that right here. But he was saying in the live match commentary, if you keep giving them chances, they're going to score. The next play, they score. Because Jimenez was just having practice, shooting practice, man.
He was completely unmarked. He was unmarked like 3 times.
And on the second goal, somebody just thinks, I'm going to lift my foot up. It deflects on his leg and he goes in. You know what I mean? So our defense has been rubbish. We were linked to Margay, so I don't know if that would have been a solution. Margay, today they declined an offer for Tottenham for him. So you know, we gotta analyze what's happening, man. Not just look at it blindly. Eddie Howe is poor Eddie Howe. Yeah, you are, because
you can't just look at 2 or 3 chances that were missed and say that's why we lost the game.
Let me ask yourself this question.
That's not how it works.
On Jefferson's point, why has Eddie Howe only once this season, and you can maybe bring up another occasion, but once that I know for a fact, he has changed his formation. Once against, I believe, Man City, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, I'm sorry, Arsenal. When we were trying to away in the cup, you know, the one that we won through 2-0 in the cup.
We've got 9 minutes left to sign Mbappe.
Exactly. and we still got a few, and you still got another extra amount of time for any to finish any paperwork or whatever. But that's the point. Only once against Arsenal, he put all the midfielders to defend the score sheet. Why was he only reactive? Or why did he only make that decision to say, I'm going to get the score sheet? 2-0, Newcastle. But any other time, whether it's about wanting to go get a goal, or maybe it never changes the formation. Never. Why? Is he limited?
4-3-3.
Is he limited? No, it's not about liking, though. It's about getting the job done.
He's still learning. He's still learning.
No, don't.
That is a problem right there.
I do not disagree with that.
And that is a problem right there.
No, man.
Like I said, he's not elite.
He's not elite yet.
How is he still learning, though?
Before a ball was kicked this season,
young manager,
that I hope he has learned from last season.
He's been in management for 15 years.
He's still a very young manager.
That's the thing, though.
No,
you know, we gotta know what we're talking. Well, know what we're talking about. We don't know nothing, but we can have our opinion. But my point is that Eddie Howe, there are managers that are good to build on players that are not quality, make them a little bit better.
And I see
he could be that. He could be that. There are managers that can manage elite players, and I don't know that he is that. And again, we keep going to the Tonali point. Tonali is one of the best midfielders right now. He's better than Declan Rice. He's better than Caicedo that signed for. And I said it at the time. He's going to be better than them. He is the best midfielder in Italy. He is one of the best in Europe. And he doesn't know how to manage them.
Tonali for a year, he would be that much
Yeah,
better.
but that's another conversation that has nothing to do with football. The fact is, now he's available. He still waited damn near half a season to put him on.
No, he didn't.
15 games.
Come on, man. Don't do that, man.
Criminal. Criminal,
man.
Leicester.
And by the way,
15 games.
You can even question. You can even question Jefferson. That is incompetence. Because if I'm thinking, I'm about to lose my job if I don't play this guy.
He played him in one game in the middle of that.
Look at it from a selfish point of view, and he still doesn't do it.
Game.
Man, oh man, my oh my. And by the way, we're going into an Eddie Howe rant here, but at the end of the day, it's not just about him this window.
And so Eddie Howe has taken all of the grief for not having been backed for a year and a half.
Well, listen, I think he has some responsibility in this window, just like any other window, because he can say, "Hey, I like that player. Give me that player. I'll try him," or say, "I don't think he's going to work." So he can. I think he is a little bit close-minded, but also you got to blame Paul Mitchell, who, when I questioned that he had a month to even get one single loan, a lot of people said, "No, give him. We can't judge him right now. Give him until January." Well, we're there now, so nobody's really questioning Paul Mitchell a lot. You know what's going on there? Paul Mitchell, you going to tell me
one of our players?
He is he not one of the good DOFs out there? Is he not? Was he not? Mighty Win was jumping up and down because he got Tottenham to be the best club in the world according to him. But they just got to a final of the Champions League, so I mean, and they lost. So I don't know, but he's a leader, isn't he, or is he not? Can he not sign anybody? Paul Mitchell.
Well,
Maybe that's
not Paul Mitchell's fault, though. That's a $64 million question, isn't it? Why can't we sell? Why can't we sign anybody? I mean, 3 windows. It's just ridiculous.
It is. And
we have signed players this window.
Wasn't it Kuznov, Juma Bar, and there was another guy that I think Magpie Media put it out there that we were first dibs. But we
were first dibs for 4, weren't we, Jeff? We were first dibs for 4, and Man City have taken 3 of the 4. And so there weren't bad players, and that's what I'm saying. If you are out there looking at these players now, there's got to have been communication with these said players that have now moved to Man City between Newcastle and that said clubs. So why haven't they gone and looked elsewhere? If there was conversations with these individuals that they'd highlighted, or had they only got these players in mind, and because they couldn't get them for whatever reason, closed door. We go back to the Mark Gahey saga, don't we? One player on the boards with no support, no backup. It sounds like worse. Eddie Howe's not got a plan B to me.
It's even worse. It's even worse, Gary, because we ain't even put an offer in yet. For anybody.
No, we've got nothing.
We haven't even said, man, can we sign your player? Nothing, man. We are truly done. Knackered. Man.
We are knackered.
I mean, that is. I mean, it is unbelievable, man. Look, let's go with some comments real quick because the fans are having it.
3 minutes to go.
Yeah, but let's give them their time. Gogs Singh, is he related to Amrit? Amrijit, is that your cousin, man? Gogs Singh says, correct me if I'm he's not in medicine, Gogs, so you know the other option. Correct me if I'm wrong. NUFC have always been midfield-based football and done well out of it. When our midfield struggles, we are a team struggle.
You can apply that to every team, not just Newcastle.
Yeah. Let me see more comments here. Nick Giles, am I not right in saying that spending money on coaches and the training academy does not count towards PSR?
No, correct. First team coaches.
Yeah, first
count
team.
That salary.
Yeah, but not the other one. Jose Macias. Jose Macias says Howe is stubborn and keeps to his philosophy. Osula should have been played more than he has, especially when there's no other backup. That's the thing. Benjamin, I get all this development stuff, but these boys won't start for another 2 years. Shout out to Sam. Thank you for the super chat. He says, this is how you lose star players.
Oh, Sam here. We haven't seen you before, Sam here from the US.
Welcome a lot of it. John says, looks like this could be Eddie Howe's last season. Jefferson and Tiger will be subbing.
That's where I'm That's the rabbit hole I'm going down.
Well, but you are depressed about it, although Jefferson and Tiger are kind
We're
of.
depressed about it.
I'm
So
absolutely
listen,
not bothered if he goes.
I wanted him to do well, but he's just proved that
Jefferson and Tiger.
You just want to be able, you want it both ways. You want to be able to say, I've been Eddie out for donkeys, and then if he does well, you say, I'm pleased he's done well.
Can I just say something?
Oof, made
If
my
we
heart
had
jump.
if we had Pep Guardiola and he was performing like this, I would still say Pep out.
Nah, but you got no.
No, I would. If they're not
Man City fans are not saying Pep out.
I don't think Pep Guardiola could have done any better with this squad than what Eddie
I'm
Howe's
just saying.
done.
I'm not just.
Well, you got more chances with him. That's a fact because he's done it. He's proven it.
I think Pep's been
No,
exposed.
he can work with elite players. Eddie's problem is
he can't work with elite players.
He's
what do you
and
want?
I think that could be part of his problem. He's fantastic at improving players.
So then,
elite, and then when they then become,
you are saying what Simon Jordan's been saying all the time, that he is just a gatekeeper.
He's just a mock Hughes.
No, because I'm hoping that because again, as I agreed with Tiger before, he is still learning the job. And I hope he's going to learn, as Ferguson had to learn, that, and eventually we will get the finished product.
Oh man!
But do you know with Ferguson, he won a European Cup at Aberdeen, so he already he didn't need to learn. He knew what he was doing. He just needed time.
By the way, it's done. The transfer window is closed.
Be forgot and never brought to mind.
Don't sing again, man. You sound like Franklin Roosevelt with that old voice.
How can you be so happy?
How can you be so happy? Why are you the ultimate happy clapper, man?
Angry, man.
Yeah, man. For real, man. Why you a happy clapper, man?
The happy clapper is
why would you be happy with this rubbish window, man? Even look at that.
I think it's rubbish. I think it's good.
There's more.
We got rid of Miggy.
We haven't lost any players. That's the.
We got rid
of Miggy.
We were never going to show our big players.
Another one.
Good news is we haven't lost anybody.
Not Lewis.
If Longstaff left, that would have been a perfect window.
Let's go.
You got rid of Miggy.
Let's go with some comments. Tenji, I would rather we got rid of J7 as a crown jewel than Isak, Tonali, Bruno, Gordon. I could agree with that. I could agree with that.
Summer.
Let me see. Jose says if Newcastle win the Carabao Trophy and finish outside of European play, is that a bad season?
No, it's the best.
Well, no, not if
qualify through you Carabao.
You gotta win a trophy though. I think you do qualify.
We qualify. So if we win the Carabao Cup, we finish 17th. I'm not.
Conference League. So I think that would be a great season.
They win the cup, they can all go on holiday there and then, mate. It doesn't matter where they finish.
There's James.
Me and Amrit will be sitting in Madeira.
James says Barnes is a super sub. Could be a game changer when he's back. James says James Perch, Chris, is it not just Howe's training staff are crap, not good enough? What one of his staff has ever coached in top side? Yeah, but I mean he hasn't either. So coaches generally haven't coached top sides. All right. They want to coach top sides, but Sam says, why do they act like there are no under 10 million, the players under 10 million? Maybe not under 10 million, but 20, 30? We can't spend 20, 30?
Even on loan.
There's lots of good players gone on loan, well less than 20 million. There was one I've just seen for 5 million that isn't a bad player.
I mean, man, it's just...
There's 70, 80 clubs in Europe. They can't find one right winger on loan.
Well, even a right centre back. I mean, Disasi's just gone out on loan for 5 million quid. I mean, even as a backup, right centre back. Yeah. You know, I'm not saying he's going to be good enough to be in the first 11, but Man
City breaking news for Man City. Man City announcing 50 million done deal for Gonzalez, Nico Gonzalez from Porto on a 4.5 year deal. Welcome, Nico.
He had his medical over there in Portugal.
Where
that's how desperate they were.
Sean's in Portugal right now.
Who is?
He's a holding defensive midfielder that's going to control the game.
Because of Rodri.
Yeah.
Because they're missing Rodri.
And that's wonderful Pep Guardiola.
We are knackered now.
With the squad that everybody said was fantastic because it had 2 quality players in every position and some. He loses 1 player and goes to shit.
Wait.
And how's he getting out of that?
Wait. Slow down.
How's he getting out? How's he getting out of that hole? By spending nearly 200 million in one.
Hold on. Thank you. Put it back on the screen if you don't mind. Thank you, Sam A, for another super chat. Exactly. There are fine players out there. Yes, there are. But the point is, first of all, Pep is elite, so he can say, "Give me this player. I don't want that player." Blah blah blah. So he can't say that. Whether you like to admit it or not, it matters, man. You know, Eddie Howe.
Hold on.
But City sell as well.
Let's put this into perspective. We're talking about how horrible City have played, but where are they in the table compared to us?
Exactly. No, it's true though. This is what these teams do.
Boy, that's cold.
I mean, they've been horrible, right? They're only 4th.
Win. He spent 200 mil, but he sold Alvarez for 8
now.
Yeah, but going on off that one, Brandt, is they've spent more money in January than any other Premier League have done put together.
And where
so that's what I'm saying. They are desperate at the minute for players in.
They didn't spend anything in summer either, though.
No, but as in a January transfer window,
Man City level with us in the Prem.
They're ahead of us.
Yeah, they're level with us.
They're ahead of us on goal differential. If the season ended right now, they're ahead of us on goal differential.
One goal.
If you look at Mighty Wayne, so stop playing. If you look at both teams right now, even as bad as they have, if you say these two guys got a 10 game to finish, 10 game race, who's winning? You think that we're going to beat them?
No. Look at it this way. Man City are level with us on points right at the minute, and they've given him £200 million.
And by the way,
what would Eddie do with that £200 million?
Well, I don't know yet. We
don't know. He might sit all those players behind Longstaff for half the
season. Dominic Calvert-Lewin will come.
Who's the twat?
Get a goalkeeper and a left centre back.
Hey, somebody!
They're ahead of us in the league. They're ahead of us.
Somebody!
And that's despite Eddie starting his challenge to Pep with the players that Bruce had, and having spent only £400 million, when in that same period of time Pep spent nearly $1 billion.
Hey man,
and why is that? How many championships have they won?
Don't do it! Oh, Brent! Hey, Brent, get off of Mighty Wayne, man. He's already on the ground, man. You can't. Come on.
I'm not on the ground.
We are not.
I'm up and fighting.
Win. He got you. Now look at the chat, man. The chat is lit. Oh, the chat is lit. Mighty Win is down, man. There's a man down. Throw in the damn towel, man. Give up. Come on, Win. Don't do. Hey, by the way, Man City. I was gonna say that is the club that has spent more this month than the entire Premier League did last January. Man City spent. Man City. Don't they got PSR? I mean, what? Not PSR, but. Are they not getting banned? What's happening, man?
Man City make 3 times the money we make.
For 10 years now,
you're right.
They've had a youth system that's been a conveyor belt, selling the likes of Palmer to
that's what Mitchell's doing now
for 50 million, and that's what we are doing now. But that's not going to material. What Man City could do when they were first taken over was spend whatever the hell they liked and build up a youth academy, which they've been doing now for 8 years.
When Mark Hughes was giving all the money at Man City, and look at him, he still got sacked. Doesn't matter. Like if he's got the money, like it matters what the manager is, what he can do. If Howe was in the City team, he'd probably be sacked.
Yeah. But then
he'd probably be sacked.
Then the managers that took over from Mark Hughes came in and added even more quality players to the ones that he'd bought, and more until eventually Pep came in after they'd spent 700
Gary, you're
million,
the only one moving.
when 700 million was 700 million, much more than anybody else.
I'm not
listening. Did the job, and I'm not disputing.
Don't forget, they've sold players as well.
Well, yeah, there we go. So, and listen, man, we're not gonna sit here and let this man explain why Pep Guardiola is less than Eddie Howe or Eddie Howe's more than. Come on,
he's won 9 Premier Leagues. He's won a treble. Eddie Howe's not on his level. He's not on his level.
But this whole thing started with.
Let's count the trophies at the end of the season, eh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're all angry now, but if we win on Wednesday,
so if we
count the trophy, Jesus,
we'll go to the final. You know what I mean?
We win the Carabao Cup.
Yeah, listen.
And City don't win a cup. That means that Howe is better than Pep.
Yeah.
Where's your final?
Does anyone here think he's going to deliver success?
What was Pep's first trophy?
I don't care about first trophies. That has nothing to do with what you just said.
Pep hasn't won the Cellar Cup.
Yeah, we won the Cellar Cup, so that counts. But when, if you look at it the other way, what if you put Eddie Howe on this Man City team? You think they're gonna win the Champions League?
No, because my as I've said, my concerns about Eddie.
Well, so stop just saying you're concerned. Just say, look, man, it is what it is. So we gotta plan ahead, man, because stop feeling bad and crying over these people, man.
My planning ahead would include Eddie Howe learning his trade. Whilst we're continuing to do what we're doing now.
Few frozen ones.
Well, look,
I just think people aren't moving, mate. That's what it is.
Yeah. Do you not see me wave my hand?
Yeah, I can see you waving now.
Well, then refresh, Roy. Refresh.
Anyway, I think Eddie's test will be the next 2 games in the Carabao Cup.
Oh, Roy, how many times do we say this every season? The next 4 games, the next 5 games.
No,
how
not the league games.
How many times do we have to say this?
Well, by the way, everybody's got. Hold on. Calm down. Everybody, calm down. By the way, everybody's got in this channel. Listen. Hold on.
1-10 and 9, or 9 and 10, or 10 and 12, or 10 and 13. Like, listen, that 9-game run win means fuck all. Sorry for my language.
Well, listen.
Yeah,
the good thing about this channel is
6 league games in a row.
Look, Roy, hold on.
6 league games in a row.
Hold on, let me. Hey, listen.
Level with Man City.
Mute everybody, Chris. Mute everybody.
I need to get a hold of this channel right now. The ship is sinking, baby. The ship is sinking. Listen. The one thing about this channel is that's what makes this channel unique is because we got Roy. Shut the hell up, man. So look, Roy, refresh because his internet is not working. Your internet is not working. So listen. I forget my train of thought. The one thing that makes this channel that make this channel great is that we got different opinions, different backgrounds, and we all love the tune, but some people have different methods on how to get to the promised land. Roy lives in Dubai with his golden toilets and tigers laying around, and in Qatar actually, he's talking about we got three matches coming up, man. The other old twat is in jail with a beer in his hand. You know what I mean?
Take the beer off him. He's not
Come on, man. That's why you're talking that rubbish. Come on,
he's
man.
been snorting it. Never mind drinking it.
Rita are not the same.
And by the way. And by the way, Tottenham confirming. Let me tell you something.
The same guy.
Even Tottenham getting. And by the way, that's not going to do any good for Tottenham. He's a good little player, but he's not really.
Yeah, he's not perfect.
Hey, Chris, at least they signed someone. You know what I mean?
But the thing is, you can say they have strength. I mean,
we have signed someone.
They could win the Europa League. They could win the Europa League.
Bergvall was less than 10 million when they got him in the summer from Swedish league. This is what I mean. Why aren't we looking at Austria, Sweden, some random Eastern European? I know we got the young Serbian kid, didn't we? But we need more players like that.
Yeah, he's really not going out the window, isn't he?
Well, Colton says give more airtime to Jefferson and Tiger plus Gary. Of course, we're gonna do. Jefferson is he's on loan right now for a second, and then he's got the 90s max. But we're definitely gonna bring him on. Him and D-Mon got a great combination. And my other man, what's his name?
AC.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
we got to get him in here too.
Yeah, we've got to get
if you guys like what you're hearing, check out the 90s Max.
I only turned up because Chris said he'd pay me.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
exactly.
no, keep it under the table, man. Keep it under the table. Don't try to.
You'll see Newcastle sign a player first.
I'm going to be the only signing we make. Do you know what I mean?
Mickey McPhee was gifted the membership by Mighty Mag, by the way. Thank you, Mighty Mag. Welcome,
cheers,
Mickey.
cheers.
Well,
New people.
Welcome, Mickey. Welcome, mate. Well, I mean, there could be something might happen, but I don't think it is. Andy Bell joining us now.
Andy Bell's in.
Hey, Andy Bell. Hold on, Andy, because I got to fix the gel, man. We gotta
Chris, I got to go.
The loan window. Is it the loan window?
All right,
see you later,
See you, Tiger.
See you, Tiger. Bye.
Take care, guys.
Take care,
Later.
See you, buddy.
Is it loans can be signed up until a day or two after or something like that?
No, I think it's an hour after, right?
An hour.
All paperwork has to be done.
Paperwork lodged now.
Okay.
No, you gotta have something.
Well, I think it was before 11, isn't it?
Look,
Paperwork has to be in before 11, but it's got to be all dealt with.
That's what I meant.
by 12.
I know.
What about free transfers? Can we get free transfers at any?
Yeah, you can do that.
You can still get somebody in.
But Jefferson, just give up, man. We're not gonna get no damn free.
Their existing
Eddie Howe don't want anybody free, man. He feels like that's not quality if you're free for some reason. So we did this already. You know, if we could have had free signings before when the summer was up, and you know, it's just not happening.
Unless they're not worth anything unless they're free from Bournemouth. Then
you know, but my thing on that is, here's the thing though. Here's the thing, because and that's the criticism of Eddie though, Mighty Win.
20 million next season.
That's the criticism of Eddie, Mighty Win.
Well, you're going to love the next one.
Eddie, listen. I mean, sorry, not Eddie. Mighty Win. It's the same thing. Win. Listen, Win. The fact that why people criticize Eddie is because
saying, yeah, but they helped us finish fourth.
Roy, you got a delay. You got one hell of a delay.
Restart, Roy.
Restart your damn computer, man.
Anyway, I'm glad Miggy's gone. So
just hit the circle, bro. Refresh, man. Give up.
Refresh. Got a year's worth of bloopers in one episode, didn't we?
I know. But listen, because Eddie doesn't seem like he's open-minded. Because if you say, okay, you can't get anybody new.
I'm really, really worried about Wednesday now.
You can't get anybody new. You don't want to get any loans. You don't want anybody free.
Like they did yesterday against City.
We are knackered.
Roy.
We are knackered.
Restart, man. You got to delay unless you're just trying to take the piss on me. Hell, man. I swear to God, dude.
He's doing it on purpose.
You're doing it on purpose, you twat.
It wouldn't be us, would it, if you hadn't got this?
Who the twat?
Bonani.
Well, Win's gone.
Hey, if it's laughing is better than crying, and these last three transfer windows, at least we can laugh.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
Oh, one last thing though, because I wanted to bring that up. I keep forgetting. Communication. You know, fans have said, some fans, that they don't care, that the team, they need to keep their cards next to whatever the phrase is, next to the chest or whatever. But I feel like some communication would be needed at this moment.
This is too much fun. I'm having another one.
Well, that's the problem. Connor was saying that you need help, man. Lay off the alcohol. But the problem is, do you think that we need communication? Does anybody in here agree that we need somebody to say, look, this is what's happening? Because
well, they're not going to be able to hide from PSR soon, right? Because the money's going to come out. We're all going to see it shortly anyways. So they're not, I mean, it's all going to be out there here shortly.
Yeah, it'll be there for everybody to see.
Yeah.
We need to know the sense of the direction of the club, isn't it? Obviously, historically, Amanda and my dad gave us a lot of comms, didn't they? And then sort of Darren Eales took over. But it feels like since Darren stepped down due to his sickness, we haven't had much comms. And I think what I find a bit scary is we literally do not hear from PIF. Like, I don't know what's going on and what their intentions are. I don't know if it's because the stadium stuff's going on in the background, so they're just trying to keep things a bit.
Yeah, but aren't they over in Brazil trying to buy out Santos? Is that going to be our sister team?
I mean, that could be really good because
the next Neymar,
really nice talents come through Santos.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And they're out there. What is it, 370, 380 million they've proposed to buy out Santos?
Yeah.
So I mean, you know,
you talk about youth development,
but the thing though, because I think Jefferson brought up PIF. I think that they appoint people to take care of the club, and then that's who they need to. That's who needs to deal with the football matters. Thank you, House Uzar, going to Craig Wright, the membership. But thank you, mate. But but I think shouldn't it be again Darren Neals and Paul Mitchell? Should they not be the ones responsible of what's going on?
Yeah, what was Darren Neal's famous quote in the summer? It was going to be a transformative window.
Well, he's not. Right. I mean, yeah,
certainly transformative. It's transformed all the fans. Put it that way.
Yeah.
And look, and we saw him at the Stack when we were there. He looks in great spirits, but ultimately, here's the thing.
Yeah, we are.
I think if he's getting healthy and he can do the job, then it needs to be confirmed that he's going to continue.
What do you think would happen if we finish ninth?
If not, he needs to move on. I mean, I don't want to sound rude, but I just don't know what's happening. My question was, do we need communication?
Don't understand that.
What the hell is Roy cutting me off, man? I swear to God, man. He cuts me off every time, bro. Why are you cutting me off, man?
What are you sniffing over there in Dubai, man?
He just smoked what we thought was a cigarette. I don't know if that's what that was or not.
Oh, man, that's a fat joint.
It's that green chocolate. There must be something in it.
Oh, man, it's them gummies, man. It's them... The eye drops. Is that the new way to do it now? Eye drops.
In your eye?
Yeah, through a mucous membrane. It works palatable.
Oh, man.
I love him to bits. We've missed his sense of humour, though, haven't we? That's what you got to think. That's what we need on a night like tonight.
I know. Let's say Roy's back now. I don't know. It'll take 10 years for him to come back again to do a show. But
I mean, what you were saying before, Chris, about like having some communicado regarding where the club's going. I think at this present moment in time, where there's a lot of fans now questioning, we spoke about, are PIF still interested? Is Eddie under pressure? Are they backing him? Blah blah blah. I just think it's about time now that there is some answers to a couple of the questions that's flying around. Now, it doesn't have to be a formal type of thing. It could be an informal chat from Mitchell or Darren Eales. Well, I mean, at the minute, he's still doing a job. They haven't replaced him with anybody. They're obviously looking at somebody coming in, and he's obviously showing them the ropes. So for me, it's a case of somebody from the club, I would say potentially could come forward now. And, we've seen Darren Eales. He must be still involved because he was the one that got in touch with the consortium, Newcastle Supporters Club, talking about season tickets and things like that. So he's obviously still got his finger on the pulse somewhere. So for me, Darren Eales has got to come forward now and just give fans something to work from. And like I say, we can all sit here and say, yeah, we'll spend lots in the summer. But until we see them figures, we're back to where we were before, aren't we? There's no answer at the minute. Dom Milburn.
Dom in there. Guys, put him in, and then we'll transition. Where's Dom? Dom somewhere?
Yeah, he's down the bottom.
There you go. Dom, how you doing, mate? All good?
All good.
Everyone enjoying their Monday?
It's Tuesday now.
Not much volume there, Dom.
Wait, 2 seconds.
Yeah, lack of communication is a big thing, man.
Yeah.
Hello, Dom.
People in the chat, please be nice to each other. It's just banter. Don't make it personal.
Is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, a lot better.
I'm not surprised. I refuse to believe that Mitchell hasn't offered loan players. For how well regarded he is. And we saw in the summer, right? Apparently, Eddie only wanted Mark Gahey. Mitchell offered him other targets, and Eddie said no. He said in the past that he doesn't want to do loan deals, and if he wants loan deals, it's with obligations to buy, because he wants people committed to the team. If we could only do loan deals this window, I just don't see Eddie signing up for it.
Well, I mean that's something. I don't think that's the sole reason, but I think that it has something to do with why we haven't signed players. I think that he might have turned down a few. Mighty Win official fan club says here's more than we've spent this window. So I think we're gonna have to bail the old man out.
Free him.
Free Mighty Win.
Yay!
Man. Even Nelson Mandela was jailed once. Isn't that right, Mighty Win?
Yeah, well, if you're comparing with Nelson Mandela, I'll take that.
There you go. But you know,
and the thing is, I have his wisdom.
Wisdom teeth. Nice. That's what you got.
Wisdom teeth.
Well, that's true as well. You got when it comes to teeth.
We are knackered.
Exactly, man. Boy, my oh my. Listen, we had a great show. I think it's Dom.
Is that Dom?
Yeah, I think it's Dom. Listen, we've had a great show. What else can we say, man? It is what it is. We didn't sign anybody once again. Chilwell, by the way, is going to, what is it? Where's Chilwell going to?
And 250 grand a week.
Is that what he's getting paid?
What?
He's getting paid.
Yeah.
Ben Chilwell.
Grand a week.
Yeah.
Where's he going to? Crystal Palace.
Crystal Palace striker Clinton Morrison on Ben Chilwell on loan. It's an unbelievable sign. He's an England international and he wants to get back playing football. Someone of his quality should be playing. I don't like he's being treated at Chelsea. Chilwell will put pressure on Tyrick Mitchell. Palace are now shopping in this kind of market. I'm buzzing. So he's gone to Palace.
Wow. He gets injured a lot, man.
Yeah, he's
a
bit glass, isn't he?
By the way, Everton submit a deal sheet for Carlos Alcaraz of Flamengo, another great, talented young player. And we're still not in the market for those, man. We're not. And this is to take a piss on us, by the way. Millwall bringing in another a player. So a guy named Zach Sturridge signing on loan from Chelsea until the end of the season. There you go. What else can we say, man? It is what it is.
Well, what I'm saying loud and clear.
Oh, here we go.
This is PIF saying bye-bye to Eddie Howe.
Yeah. Can we have the dog, please? Can we have the dog one more time, please?
Yeah. I didn't get that though.
Hang on, what are you saying?
Go on, Dom.
I was just saying, if PIF want to sack Howe,
no, for PR reasons,
just
they don't want to sack
I don't see why.
No, I don't agree with that either. That PR nonsense. Clubs fire people all the time. That ain't gonna make PIF seem, oh my God, these guys.
Booted out Amanda and Meerdad because they knackered up our PSR. Everyone loved them, and they got rid of them like that. Why would they care?
That's a good
At the end of the day, like they'll get rid of anyone who they don't think is good enough to take us forward.
Well, why haven't they done it?
Because your theory is not right. That's why.
Well, hang on then. Why haven't we bought anybody?
Because Amri is good. This is one thing that he said that makes sense out of the whole damn show because he's been quiet sleeping over there. Amri.
No.
That
I'm listening to you guys.
Because we don't have a replacement. Because they like me, were saying, I was saying
exactly.
this. I'm not going to sack somebody if I don't have somebody that can come in and do a better job. I'm not going to give a contract to a numpty for 6 months.
Oh man, that guy won a trophy within 2 days of being in AC Milan. He had the cigar out and everything, celebrating. I thought this could be our manager, man. I couldn't believe it. You still got Terzic there. It's up to people if they want to take a risk on Xavi. There's free agents, so it's not as if you're having to pay the compensation fee either. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think compensation will be an issue.
That's absolutely true, and I think just going back to the question about this, the window. I'll go to the interview early on in the transfer window. Eddie Howe said, and I quote, "We are not looking to really sign anyone this window. What we're looking to do is keep the players that we've got." That's what he said. We got rid of 2 players and we've not replaced them with anybody. So our squad is now lighter. we're in a worse situation than we were at the start of the window.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
Well, thank you very much, Colton, for the kind super chat. And yeah, I mean, oh, he's saying, did he say something? Oh no, it was an emoji, I think.
It was an emoji.
But look, we're in that situation now. Now the serious questions will have to be asked. I do expect Paul Mitchell to come out and say something, because you can't just, I mean, come on.
No, that'll be left to Eddie to face the music.
Yeah.
You think?
Oh, well, it always is, isn't it?
And he'll just dodge the question. And he'll just be politically correct.
To be fair, though, Chris,
and then the proof of the pudding comes out between now and the next window.
It'd be
proof
nice
of the
if
pudding comes out with the accounts.
It'd be nice if the reporters would actually ask some tough questions and relevant questions as well.
Totally.
That's
the
main
why did we not spend during this transfer window? Where did it go wrong?
He's not going to.
And then you'll turn around and say PSR.
Well, bearing in mind,
then you turn around and say, where's the money for Miggy and
before the transfer?
Exactly. We offloaded
we
players.
weren't going to buy anyone though.
Where? How will be gone at the end of the season?
We'll not know that until after.
Yeah,
till the accounts.
And you've also got to give Mitchell credit for the window.
Yeah, absolutely. Good business.
For making the money, yeah.
I mean, talking about this conspiracy, then he's going to be out.
This is a big thing that people haven't talked about.
Are they looking at bringing? Was it Ancelotti's leaving Real Madrid, isn't he? At the end of the season, you reckon he's going to come through the back door?
Yeah, I'll make that deal.
No, I don't want that dinosaur.
No, I think he's retiring, mate.
Sorry, Tom, what were you saying about Mitchell doing a good job?
If Angel.
Can't hear you, Tom.
We're losing you, Tom.
We're losing.
Seasons, we've seen it with PSR.
I can hear you now.
I think he's got a delay a bit. He's got a delay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It just breaks up a little bit, buddy.
Just keep talking.
See, we've seen it in previous seasons that Eddie Howe hasn't wanted to sell anybody. We turned down the money for Wilson from Atletico Madrid. We turned down the money from Bayern Munich for Kieran Trippier. We've turned down previous bids and previous windows for Miguel Almiron. He didn't want to go, but I feel like you can put pressure on these players.
Yeah.
Like people have said in previous windows, how can we sell players if nobody listens? Well, that's been proven is not true because we've sold them. If you approach these deals in the right way and you offer these players out of clubs, there will be teams that will take them. Mitchell is getting good money now for players, and I feel like, is he potentially above Howe? And Howe's apparently said that he want to keep Kelly and Almiron this window, and they're gone still.
Well, I absolutely believe that
we need to keep selling players. And I think it is inevitable that one of our big players will go in the summer, and the club will say it's because of our PSR issues. I think if we don't get Champions League, Isaac will go anyway.
Well,
but I trust Mitchell to replace the squad.
Can't
with that
actually
money.
do that though, Dom, because by the time the summer window opens, the accounts will be published, so the genie's out the bottle then.
Yeah, but I mean, you've also got to think any player, has a value. So they're all the big players are contracted till 28. So they can't just say, I'm not playing for you anymore. I mean, players do, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of weight behind players these days.
We've give seen you that with Marcus Rashford.
Marcus Rashford, exactly. So players have got still a lot of pull. But I don't think we've got that type of attitude within the club. And I think that is where Eddie Howe stops going for said players. I think he wants to try and keep a happy-go-lucky type of attitude within the club. Going back to your point, Dom,
I don't know about happy-go-lucky, Gary. He wants the right attitude.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't want people that's going to throw the toys out of the pram. It's a happy-go-lucky type of attitude, isn't it? Your personality counts for a big thing regarding Eddie Howe. For me, when you were saying before, Dom, about
some of that
players
in the club, though.
Well, sometimes I don't think we've got enough captain characters. I know people say you've got Dan Burn, you've got Bruno. You know what I mean?
Not got enough bastards.
Absolutely. I don't think we've got enough people that point a finger and kick up the arse.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that one.
Or Sergio Ramos.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what you need. You need somebody that's going to grab some of these really talented players, but when they're having a lackluster day, and every player does this, if you've got somebody that's going to go and kick you up the backside and say, pull your finger out your arse and get on with the job, it makes a different attitude. And I think, unfortunately, with Newcastle, I think we are too good, too friendly, too nice to each other. Nobody has a bad game according to the players. Yes, they come on the telly afterwards and say, yeah, we didn't perform, blah, blah, blah. And if you notice, it seems to be a different player every week when it's a poor performance. And I think sometimes the captain needs to be showing his face and asking the question why they didn't play well, because surely the captain has a voice on the field and should be demanding more. And I think that's where Bruno falls down. But I just want to go, before we go any further, Bud, if I can, just go back to that point, and I'm just going to show that on the screen.
Thank you, Colton. Thank you, Colton. Appreciate it, mate.
Just go back to your point originally, what you said about getting players out last season. And you pointed a finger towards Miggy Almiron not wanting to go. Well, Miggy didn't want to go to Saudi. And when Charlotte come in, there was an interest there. But the problem with that was Charlotte FC didn't want to pay out the money that obviously Miggy wanted wages. So they were trying to chip on the value of Miggy to, I think it was £8 million, which Newcastle said no. They wanted more money then. And obviously, yes, you're absolutely right. There were still players available to go through the door, and you're quite right in saying, we missed out on the likes of Trippier going, etc., etc. The problem is like I said, when Eddie looks at the quality depth-wise, when you start getting rid of these so-called quality players, yes, they've seen the better days, but you are going from one extreme to another when you're replacing like for like with a youth player. And I think, unfortunately, what Eddie needs to be careful of is we're not showing too many experienced players through the door without replacement too soon.
All right. Well, look, we got to go. It's been great. Really late in the UK right now, almost midnight. Thank you, Jefferson.
Midnight yet, man.
Huh? What'd you say, old man? You want to be put back in jail?
It's not midnight yet.
It's almost midnight, I said. Jefferson was going to join us for 30 minutes, and he stayed on for hours.
Yeah, he loves it, man. So, look at that.
He's loving it. Hey, Jefferson, this is where things get hot, baby. Things get hot. You got to put up with it.
Tonight, man.
Hey, this is the trenches, man. This is not none of that soft stuff, man. This is the trenches, baby. You got to come deal with these. Look at the numpty above you. The guy from Qatar. The other guy sleeping, the Emperor of India, Amri, over there.
Love it.
I have one question first before we go. Mighty Win, right? You think about this conspiracy that Eddie's gone. So Eddie, during this window, did he not say, I want a player? Will he then get told, sorry, there's nothing there to spend? In which case, does he not think, what's going on here?
Well, and obviously that's what he has been told, in my opinion, which is why he said, well, in that case, I don't want to lose Miggy. I don't want to lose Kelly.
No, but you can't do that. If you're not playing these guys and they're not part of the future, they don't need to stay. It's plain and simple, man.
But then we'll see what we're left with on the bench.
Well, if Eddie had his way, bloody.
But Almiron wasn't playing.
Paul Dummett, Loris Karius.
Yeah, that's the problem, wasn't it? We held on to too many players that had passed the sell-by date a long time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say,
there was
Gary.
nobody to replace them.
I understood what you were saying about not trying to get rid of too many of the more experienced guys at a time, but at the same time, it's an accordion effect. You hold on to them for too long, and
because you want to bring
snaps back
kids
the other way.
Team,
well, it's not about bringing. I mean, don't forget when we kept hold of like Dummett, it was more for the fact that if we get into Europe again, we needed players, that are was it homegrown and
homegrown.
You know what I mean?
But so from that, listen,
Gary, I never understood that argument though. It just means you get name one less person in your Champions League squad. What are you going to bring Paul Dummett on against Mbappe?
Well, obviously not. No,
what's the point?
No, exactly, and that's what I said. I thought it was a very weak argument when he said that. I'm going to give these guys an extension on the contract because of potential Champions League slots. And I'm like, that is a stupid argument, if you ask me. Because, like I say, yes, we haven't got a depth of squad, but if you've got a chance of getting rid of the deadwood, you move them on, and you then bring forward some youth to sit on the bench.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, you got to move them when you can. Anyways, we got to get going. I'm starving. When you know when I'm hungry, I get angry, man.
Go on, fuck off.
You know what? Just because I got kids to take care of. I want to go on.
Matty, get out.
Chris, what's on the menu?
Man, I'm gonna go give me some of this Chinese garlic chicken, man.
Oh man!
But I really want some Indian food, man. But man, I just cannot find it around.
Can anyone hear me?
Roy, you twat.
Oh no!
I'm fucking up now.
Why can I not remove you from scene?
Because you got to trans.
Oh dear.
Fuck off.
I don't know. Anyway, listen.
Can we hear Roy in real time?
No.
Well, I think that is a perfect end to the show. We had no signings, and we obviously had no Roy. So, hey, hold on, somebody else coming back in now. He's back in. The king of Qatar. What's going on, man? With your bloody internet.
Everything was frozen, except you, except Gary.
We've been telling you for 20 minutes to come back in, man.
And I thought, what's happening here?
Well, we were talking to you, but you just you just disappeared, and we're like, hold on, we've just asked to come on board
randomly.
No, it was just like, well, Jeff was moving, but I can't hear anything, and Gary was normal. Everybody else was frozen.
So is everything hunky dory now?
Oh, that's good now.
Right,
got you in HD.
So
you're
agreed with us then that Longstaff should start over on Wednesday.
Amrich just needs plugging in, mate.
Yeah, guys.
It's not his mate needs plugging in, it's him needs plugging in.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks, fellas. Peace.
Yeah, see you, Jeff.
Man.
Take care, buddy.
Take care,
Take it easy, man.
So what happened in those 5 minutes?
What happened in them 5 minutes? Not a lot. Well, if you hadn't noticed, we hadn't made any signings.
Well, I know that. I was still on then.
Are you still here, Tom?
We are now.
I'm hearing we might be going for this winger from Korea called Fuki No One.
Fucking no one. Yeah. It was a great signing.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to bed now.
Yes, me too, but because my missus has come on.
Part of the game, man. What a game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, I don't know whether you know, matey, but Chelsea won 2-1. I don't know whether you was frozen all that time or what. I don't know. Anyway, shall we end now, because we just seem to be messing up all the screens. We've gone from.
It's not quantity, it's quality, man. Get rid of these.
Let's throw that back on and just put that on there. There you go.
So, are you still there, Dom?
I am indeed, yes.
Oh yeah, there you go. Excellent. He's still there. So, are you staying on then, because we're still live? Right. Are you happy to crack on?
Yeah,
right, then I'm going to love and leave you then, team.
Me too.
You take care, everybody.
Right. There we go.
Bye, guys.
And here we go again.
Yeah.
Right. We've got all those transfer deadline teams and the rest. Is Brant away as well?
Oh, one sec. What's happened to the screen again?
Remove.
Skip it.
And then there were 3.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm worried about Wednesday now. That's all that matters.
Well, we're so bipolar as a team.
Doesn't get any bigger, does it? Let's be fair.
Yeah, but the thing is, most of the games that we think we're going to get battered, we end up getting a result. So I hope it's
and we tend to turn up against the.
Andy's there.
Yeah, and we tend to turn up against. Right, how are you fit? Right, how are you? Are you there, Andy?
I'm here. How is it that it's coincidence I tried twice to get on when Chris is on and I can't get on? You take over and I get on.
Got no idea what's happening in this. It keeps freezing and back and then.
No, you're fine. You're fine right now.
Yeah. No, because before what happened is everyone froze for like 10 seconds, and then I can see Gary moving and talking.
Oh, Andy's away
I can't
again.
hear him.
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone. We are knackered.
We are knackered.
On the Arsenal game, though, like, I don't know what would be worse, us losing or getting to Wembley and losing again. I can't take another Wembley loss. Like, that Man U game was so bad, man.
No, I'd rather win and see what happens in the final, though. You know what it is? I want Liverpool. I don't want Spurs.
There we go.
Really?
Yeah.
I think we've got Andy's number.
Yeah.
Well, what have you seen this banner going along the bottom? £100 million transfer boost for Newcastle as Paul Mitchell targets 3 signings.
What, for 100 million? So that's 33 each.
Wait a minute, let me get this.
Wait, is that?
Well, as I said,
Is it April Fool's Day?
Yeah. So anyway, League Cup. I want Liverpool because they always beat us. They've always beaten Eddie Howe in every game, and I think maybe that'll be the one. And Spurs is the other way around. We always beat them, and if we get to the final, they're going to beat us.
But Spurs have got like no centre backs. They're playing midfielders and defence.
They've just signed 2 other, haven't they? They've just signed
some, yeah.
Are they? I know they're going for Disassi, but he went at Villa.
Well, anyway, they have to go through Liverpool first, so.
Kid from Leon or Lens, Durango.
Oh, yeah, they got Danso from Lens. Yeah, he's a good
Danso, thank you. Danso, yes.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. We'll have to do the job ourselves anyway on Wednesday.
What's happened to your camera, Dom?
Oh, wait, 2 seconds. Put it on.
Don't be shy.
I thought he was just looking a bit like me, so he wanted to hide himself.
I thought he was frightened to compare his beautiful visage with yours.
No. The young win, you must be joking. No. My gene pool's dead now, like. I put a pair of glasses on the other day, mate. It was uncanny.
To me, this just reeks now of
solidifying opposition. That's what we're doing.
No, I think
solidifying. They don't see a need. I just think they don't see a need. We are exactly where they expected us to be, in the area of the 3 to 5 year plan. We potentially could still win a trophy. They don't feel they need to go and splash the cash, so they're not. Yeah. I really think that's the case.
There's a lovely Dom there, man.
There we go.
Dom, you need to Google or go on my Facebook a lad called Craig Dunwoody, because by Christ, I thought you were him for a second there. Honestly, mate, he's got a bit of a bigger beard, but my God, you're the spit of him. Handsome geezer as well, though.
I call Dom upside down head.
Brilliant, yeah.
I'm jealous. I just kind of grow a beard. 39 today, and I kind of grow a bloody beard.
Oh yeah, happy birthday, Andy! Happy birthday!
Oh, happy birthday!
Yeah, that wasn't a drop over. Thank you. Yeah, I just kind of grow on. Yeah, sitting next to 2 gentlemen that can grow perfect beards. I mean,
Roy, when he shaved his off, I don't know. I'm not sure who's in the chat now. But I need to have a look at that. But Dom, of course,
it's the true Geordie,
threatened to shave his beard off.
I've had that a few times.
if we got the 7th, and we did, so he shaved it off. Fair play to him.
Why is Chris taking up half the screen when he's not even on?
Because I can't take that off. It's the. Wait a minute, I might be able to. I'll tell you what I can do.
Just my eyesight's not what it was. Like, I'm squinting to see us.
I'll go to dynamics. You see, man, I'm full with all these controls now, man. I'm.
You're getting there, like.
I've got all the power.
Can you imagine that? Win having all the power.
I tell you what, if I'd had all the power, would have been signing some players this window. I know.
I tried to think who they'd be.
Back to seriousness. Just this to me just proves categorically that they're looking for a new manager.
Well, it doesn't scream faith in the current manager. Let's be honest. It doesn't scream that we have got faith.
They couldn't have done at least a couple of deals to strengthen the squad, especially in the position we're in, and they realise that PR-wise it would be a disaster to sack Eddie now. And like I say, when I looked up those odds before for the next manager, the kid who's favourite I'd never even heard of, to be fair. And RB Leipzig, ex-Mitchell.
Yeah.
So
I think what we need to look out in is, for me, the worrying sign is the one position in the summer that we all knew we needed to strengthen was the right wing. We always knew that the backup that we had.
We've needed a right winger since Bruce.
Correct. So then we've let Miggy go. So we've weakened our weakest position. And then we've also then getting a good profit, not a full £20 million profit, because there would have been a lot of agent fees and signing fees involved in getting Kelly. Let's say we've made an £8 million profit net
the buying club
in letting Kelly go. Yeah. It would be hard to think that we couldn't afford a loan deal for an Asensio or something like that and challenge Villa to get him. It screams to me as if it's a case of let's hang him out a little bit.
Dom, your volume's gone down a bit again. Can you turn your...
2 seconds.
We're hanging him out a little bit. We're giving
hanging Eddie out to dry.
We're giving the press excuse to heap pressure on him. Bearing in mind, we've probably got the biggest game.
Should be better.
That's much better.
We've got the biggest game of the season coming on Wednesday. We get beat that game after a convincing loss at home. And I mean, people are going to say, well, it's not really a convincing loss at 2-1. That second half was convincing.
Dom, can you go to your settings on Evmux, little cog, and click the echo cancellation on?
On. It was off.
Settings.
Yeah, echo cancellation needs to be on.
Echo cancellation.
Okay, it's on.
Okay.
That's better. I haven't got the echo now.
Right.
So what we
it just makes their job easier, doesn't it, Win? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Looking at Asensio's wages, he's on 280 grand a week at PSG.
Yeah.
I don't think we were going to go for that. And they're paying, I think, most of Rashford's wages as well. So Villa are going for it in terms of the players they're bringing in.
They're gambling, but you've got to roll the dice sometimes, haven't you?
True, yeah.
Where are we getting that feedback from?
There's no feedback now from me.
I can hear myself.
Have you got your?
I don't know if you are hearing an echo watching.
Have you got your echo cancellation on?
Mate, I wouldn't even know where to check.
Right.
Settings.
You have much settings. Audio.
Yeah, it's on. It's clicked.
Because I'm not getting an echo from you. Are you okay right there? I'm fine now, yeah. No, you're on mute.
We're doing well, Yannick.
Look at Colton Connor there. You're flat. Have you won the pools or something? Thank you very much, by the way. A slice of pink birthday cake with purple icing and a candle. That's obviously an emoji. Oh, that's for you, Andy. Happy birthday.
Yes, thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much. Thank you. Had a nice day. Went for a nice little meal. Nice civilized little meal.
Very good. Very good. And unfortunately came back to watch this transfer window unfold.
Well, that was the plan, to come back and have a nice, someone like a...
that would sign in...
What's a transfer window like? I haven't heard of one of them in a while.
Say again, Dom?
What's a transfer window? I haven't heard about us signing players. And
Exactly. What is a transfer window?
This is the best thing, because obviously the transfer window is always this. I always think, who's going to be the big signing that we're going to make? And every single bloody year,
Well, not every single year, because we did well the last
No,
three.
but every time we've made a big signing in January, mate, it's never been the deadline. It's always been in the middle.
I see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, wasn't Gordon like
you
a
with
week
us?
before? Seeing that,
Yeah, I think it was.
didn't targeting Dan Byrne on deadline day.
Gordon was
No,
saying.
Byrne was the 12th, I think, 12th, 13th. Roundabout then, anyways, he was the middle of the window, I think. Yeah.
I think there was another one. There was another one famously.
We nearly got a Shefty Coochie on my birthday.
Shefty Coochie. Oh my god. What's he doing these days? And do his backup for Isaac.
Oh God knows. He's probably got a bar in Dalian or something now, I'd imagine.
Get Shola out the offices. Are we back on the training pitch?
Wait a minute, right.
However, I mean, I think the dilemma is for Wednesday who's going to replace Joe Linton, because it does look likely that he's not going to play.
Wait, let's send Roy a private chat.
See, I don't know, because he's been, I would say Longstaff usually, but he's been bringing Miley and Willock on ahead of him. But
So I think,
because he trusts
sorry, mate, go on.
him, is he going to start him?
I think he's probably inclined to start Willock, because he's tried to get Willock going and it hasn't worked so far. We all know what Willock's capable of when he's up to speed. We just seen as if he's had his foot off on the throttle at times in games and feels if he's going to go up the gears, and then his game just drops off mid-game, doesn't it? And then we don't see him for 20 minutes, then he gets taken off again. So it wouldn't surprise us if he goes for Willock. But I think the game's probably going to be more suited to Longstaff, if I'm honest. We're going to try and sit in and soak up pressure and hit them. But if you do that at Arsenal, I think you're asking for trouble if you're asking them to come at you.
Yeah, I'm worried. Remember that was it Chelsea away last season where Trippier give them basically a tapping in the last minute when
last second of the game.
Well, and that was following.
He's played defensive from the get go. I'm worried he's
going to just try and following the Everton game. Yeah.
Well, that was following the Everton game. That was following the Everton game where he gave 2 away. But it was also, if you remember, on the back of the Milan game when we were 1-1, and in the Europa League, and Eddie went for it, and he was crucified for going for it.
No one's saying we should be going for it, win. I just think we should be more positive in trying to win the game rather than just stay in the game.
Well, but that's what he did against Milan, and he got crucified for it. So then he decided to go defensive against Chelsea, and we got done in the last minute, and he was crucified for that as well.
Yeah, but he got done by an individual error. He didn't get done for his game plan. He got done by an individual error. There's a difference.
No, but he was castigated for going defensive.
I think it was 2 extremes. The Milan game, there was no game management whatsoever.
Yeah, there was none. There was none at all.
My
to the point where multiple times he ran straight through the middle of us and no one would tackle him. And then Chelsea, he had the entire team basically parked on our 18-yard line. And there's got to be a balance in that Milan game of if you're not going to win the game, don't lose it. And they went too far. You've got to take your moment to go forward, not just throw everybody forward. Make sure you at least get Europa League.
But then really you're relying on the players, not the plan. Yeah. You either decide to defend and rely on the players to do it, or you say, to hell with it, we're gonna continue doing what got us in the lead in the first place.
But we were at home, we're controlling the game. You can control the game without throwing everything at the wall.
And not giving up to the crowd. Yeah. I think that's going to be the frustrating thing for the players. There's going to be points in the game where maybe we have an attack, the ball turns over, we win it again, and another player creeps forward like a shot out from the back, and the crowd's going, come on, and you just really need Shaw to stay back, really.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Rather than Shaw
Especially when there's
carrying
not
on
going to
his
be a
attack and run.
Joelinton. I'm worried. You know the famous gap between our defence and our midfield? When Joelinton's not going to be there to do them recoveries, I'm worried that is that gap going to be massive for an Odegaard, Kai Havertz just sitting there and pick passes. That needs to be locked in whether we push our back line up or we get Tonali to sit as a 6.
And there's been a lot said about Joelinton having poor games the last 4 games. He has on the ball, but what he does off the ball is very underrated. I mean, the first 10 minutes in the game on Saturday, he won a couple of balls, come out, draw forward, give the ball out to Gordon. The problem for me is when it's the 2 midfielders play better when he's in the team. The problem is do the attacking players play better when Joelinton's in the team? Because sometimes they get into positions and he has to pass it to another midfielder to create that creative spark because he hasn't got it in him. So it kind of, you lose that attacking threat because you're having to go to point A to get to point C via point B2 rather than just going there. Sorry, that didn't really make much sense. But rather than just going from one circuit to another circuit, you kind of go into another one
his
first.
Transition between the defence, midfield, and attack.
Correct. Yeah.
Joelinton's
rather than just playing the ball, he's trying to get up the pitch with his body rather than the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or he's trying to pass it to someone else.
He's not going to have the cover for Lewis Hall to go forward. Because whoever plays on that left side centre midfielder isn't going to offer the defensive cover that Joelinton does. So Lewis Hall is going to have to be careful and pick his moment to go forward. And Gordon is also going to have to track back to help him defend.
So where would you stand in that case? Playing Longstaff on the right.
Yeah, I think Longstaff will start.
Bruno in the middle and Tonali on the left.
I think you play Tonali on the left because that's where he's played for Italy and that's where he's played for Milan. And I think you play Bruno in the 6, and I think you play Miley on the right because Miley will still give you the impetus going forward and creativity that Longstaff wouldn't, and Bruno can help defend. If you play Miley on the right, you're not. If you play Longstaff on the right, he's not going to create anything.
No, I agree with you.
And the one thing you will get from Tonali in attacking positions, if he's on his right foot on that side of the pitch, we know he can crack one and he can pick out a pass.
Well, the beauty of Tonali for me is if you've got Tonali playing between Lewis Hall and Anthony Gordon, I think we're going to create havoc on the left.
Yeah.
Because Lewis Hall is an intelligent player who'll be able to play the 1-2s that Tonali craves. And Gordon has got the pace to do some. Now, the problem is what happens when we get there. It's what
Stephen, thank you, mate.
What sort of mood Isaac's in? Is he going to finish his dinner?
Well, the problem Isaac's going to have is he's going to be up against Saliba and Gabriel, who are 2 very physical centre backs. Yeah. So you need the wingers and a midfielder to go up to support him, which is an issue with Eddie's system, is that it always leaves whoever plays up front very isolated.
Yeah, it does. It really does. And it frustrates the shit out. We always see Isaac have his best games overall when he comes back into play and starts, and people get beyond him.
He needs the ball at his feet. That's the trouble with Isaac.
Yeah, he needs to drop in.
You know, the Isaac's strength is not with his back to goal.
No.
He cannot.
He's all right if people are getting beyond him when he's the last man. That's the problem.
And I mean, we're straying away from the window here, and why not? Because Wednesday is so
on us.
If we don't get through on Wednesday,
you talk about season defeat. If he's going into that game, regardless of what squad's available to him, right? If Eddie's going into that game with a 2-0 lead and can't come out going through to the next round, then the questions need to be asked.
Yeah.
Because Arsenal, I don't care what anybody says, are no great shakes at the minute, especially without Saka. I'm saying they're no great shakes. They've just
That
been
and where he is
5-1,
from though has been brilliant.
Yeah, but I think Man City were as bad as Arsenal actually made them look. Man City defensively were awful, and playing out from the back, they played themselves into trouble so much.
And that's
But looking
Pep
at that game
Guardiola
against
for you.
City, that's basically how we've been in recent games at home. The amount of chances we give to teams has been
Yeah, there was
ridiculous.
similarities.
Even against Southampton, they had chances.
Well,
Thinking
the
that
last
was a
four
forward
games,
Bellis,
Wolves had chances.
he almost equalised.
Wolves had chances.
Wolves
Never
had
mind
chances, yeah.
Southampton. We
The
won that
difference is
game
Bournemouth
3-0,
took
and it
their
could quite
chances.
easily have been 3-3.
Yeah.
We're forgetting Havertz put a sitter wide as well. It could have been 6. For me, Man City didn't do themselves any favour. They looked avoided of any confidence that they were going to win that game, and Akanji was. I mean, he reminded. Do you know what he reminded me of? Boom Song. He was that bad.
Praising.
He reminded me of.
He's a good player, Kanji.
Yeah, but all one though, I hadn't. You had a bad game at the worst time because Havertz, Rice, and Trossard were on him as soon as he got the ball. The first time he had the ball under his feet, he should have just bashed it away from himself. He didn't. He tried to be clever and take it around the attacker when he was getting pressed. He should have just kicked it away. There was one where the goal Ortega looked like he had concrete boots on for a couple of the goals. So I think that we could see the scoreline flat at Arsenal, but in another sense, you could say, well, it didn't because Havertz could have had another one. I just think that game was a very, very good side having a bad day and a good side having a very, very good day. We all know Arsenal are capable of beating us if we're not at it. But we know if we, in the right areas, if we bully them in certain areas, we can give them doubts. And if we don't concede the first half, we've got a big chance.
I think the only areas in which Arsenal are better than us are centre half, centre backs, because I think we've got the best left back and the best right back out of the teams. Race would definitely get into any one of my teams. In our case, for me, it would be instead of J7. But up front, I'll have Murphy in the form that he's in, Isak and Gordon, providing Isak is on his game. And the problem is, he is probably the biggest culprit. Eddie was asked in the press conference on Friday about the Arsenal game, and he says, I haven't even thought about the Arsenal game. My focus is on Fulham. And I totally, utterly believe him, and that's what he was thinking. The problem was that mentality was not transferred to the players.
No.
The players did have Wednesday on their mind.
Yeah, totally. I don't think a few of them wanted to
in terms of not wanting to be injured, so they would miss it. But they definitely left effort and determination, and call it what you will, on the pitch.
There wasn't very many 50-50s we won in that game, and there was very rare that anyone exerted themselves to chase a 50-50 ball.
It was, and that to me is down to the players' attitude, and that you've got to blame Eddie for that. If he cannot get his mentality through to the players, then he's got to answer for that, because it's happened, as Jefferson said earlier on. It happens time and time again when we're in these situations, when a win is so important. We do it, and this is not just this season. This is historic.
Yeah.
So that's. But I have me faith that I think he'll learn by his mistakes. But I thought
we
you would have
know
learned. I
one
thought
thing
you would
though.
have learned from West Ham. I thought you would have learned from Bournemouth, and tried something different or whatever. And he hasn't done so. So yeah, I'll take the L for that.
Seen them kind of performances at the weekend too many times.
Absolutely.
That's why I've got little to no faith in them, to be honest.
And we know one thing, don't we, lads? If anything's told you anything over the last 30 years of being Toons fans, or 150 years in Wynn's case, even if we do get to the final, we get through against Arsenal, it's not going to be a 0-0. It's not going to be a 1-0 win to us. It's going to be nil. You just know that we're going to have cold sweats 20 minutes to go, don't we? We're going to be jumping up at every ball going in from their corners, at the Stokes corners, and if we win that game,
here's another thing, right? I think the crowd are going to be up for it on Wednesday.
No, if they're not, mate, we've got a problem.
And the crowd Saturday was very, very, not buzzing at all, as was the case against Bournemouth, as was the case against West Ham, because the crowd also have this attitude that the players have, that we're just playing them, so we're going to win the game.
It's 50-50 though, right? Like,
yeah, one feeds
the
off
crowd
the
have
other.
got
I
to help,
agree
but
with you.
they also can only respond to what's on the field.
Yeah. But like I say, Saturday we weren't up for it. And when you're talking to people, they say, we should be beating teams like this. We should be beating teams like this. And at half, by the way, the first half was excellent. We should have been out of sight, really, in the first half. Well, you're shaking.
Well, I've seen you talking to the guy outside the stadium with Hamlet.
Hang on, you're shaking your head there, Dom, right?
I think it was 50-50.
In the first 3 minutes, Murphy cross, Isaac did a Willock air shot. He tried to do a fancy, instead of just getting his body in and getting that ball over the line, he tried to come up with a fancy volley. Gordon cross, Bruno header from 6 yards out, unmarked over the bar. Then there was a Bruno Tonali combination where Tonali did really well, backheeled it to Bruno on the edge of the box. All he's got to do is hit it and have a shot, and he decides to try and play it back into Tonali. Shea had a good shot. Bruno put Shea through, following a corner. He could have scored. Tonali then hits the woodwork, and then Murphy gets the goal. And then at the very end of the second half, Tino, fantastic run through, does everything right. Bruno, Isaac feeds him. He's in the box, one-on-one on the keeper, and fluffs his lines. So there's 7 fantastic opportunities we had in the first half. Now, you're not going to take all 7, obviously.
No.
But we could have had 2 or 3
I think we definitely dominated the first half of the first half, if you get what I mean.
No,
and I think they came back into it in the second half of the first half.
Yeah.
But then I think in the second half, they deserved
right.
The 3
so
points.
What happened was, in my opinion, is we got the goal in the first half. We got Murphy got the goal, which, by the way, should have been Isaac's, but he air shot the ball and it went through to Murphy to put it in. But wait a minute, we've got.
Hey, Ben, lad, you alright?
All of a sudden, you're Gary, Ben, but don't let that worry you.
I was going to tease at some plastic stage in that.
Point, so that then we got the goal, and Neil went into that dressing room singing, "All right, that's job done." We'll get 2 or 3 in the second half. And that was the attitude that came out in the second half with, whereas Fulham went in, got a rocket. They came out, and all of a sudden they said, "We're just 1 goal down. We could have been a lot more down. Let's."
So that's the issue, right? And I think this is the thing. Eddie's very good at setting a team up with a certain way to play, and they'll start well. How many games do we come out like a house on fire in the first 10, 15 minutes?
We've scored in the first 5 minutes. Yeah. Well, the first 10 minutes.
Exactly.
8 minutes. In 6 out of the 9 on the winning run.
The issue is when the opposition team's manager changes something tactically, Eddie then doesn't change it until like we concede, or he'll just throw everyone behind the ball and just hope we can see the game out. He doesn't respond tactically to the opposition.
I can't disagree. I agree. Eddie's in-game management hasn't improved as much as I said this before. Ball was kicked this season. The one thing I want to see, I want to get his selections right, and I want his team management and substitutions to be to show that he's actually improving, learning, and I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ben. What were you saying? Ben, do you know Dom, Ben?
No, nice to meet you, Dom.
Same to you.
So what?
I wasn't saying anything.
Happy window.
Not a happy window. I'm fully. You know what? I'm just so disappointed than anything. Like, I don't know what we're playing at. How we think we're gonna get Europe without any fresh faces and fresh legs and something to spark this team. How we think we're gonna even get Europe, I don't know. And if Arsenal plays like they did against Man City and we play like we did against Fulham, they're going to do us 4-0 or worse. And then we're not going to get any silverware. So then, you're at risk of losing some of our quote unquote crown jewels in the summer that are expecting and want to have European football. And I don't blame them for that. Also, that also, to me, that's going to hinder. If we're not playing European football next season, that's going to hinder some players' opinions on coming to this club if offered.
Yeah. Once we become known as a selling club again, if, as you say, we don't get Europe and we lose the crown jewels, then
everyone's a selling club though.
Mudstick's done it, Win.
Yeah.
Unless you're Real Madrid or Barcelona, everyone's a selling club.
But listen, look at our next fixtures. Where do you think we're going with these? The way they're playing right now and the way they've been playing for the past few games. Yeah, we snuck out a couple wins, but they were against Wolves, who could have easily drawn us. Southampton, whatever, they're bottom of the league. Fulham did us at home. Where do we think we're going to go when we play City, Liverpool? Who else do we have? Brighton, I think. Forest.
But here's the thing as well. This is exactly when Eddie does pull out the stops for some reason. It's historically the same. Every time when we think we're going to get battered, we get a result. That's how we got the 9 on the trot.
Well, that luck,
do you know what
that luck has to run out. That luck has to run out at some point.
Well, if you're saying the 9 on the trot was luck, I would argue.
No, I'm not saying
a million days a week about that being luck. You don't win 9 on the trot with luck.
No,
you get a little bit of luck on 1 or 2 of the games. I think the run.
You win 9 on the trot because we had a midfield that was firing on all cylinders. We had a centre forward who was at the top of his game, and we had a left back and a left winger who were on fire. And
but you might have gotten a couple of them results with an element of luck.
Either with his 5 assists and 3 goals in that period.
But do you agree, Win, that the run that we're having now seems very similar to the run that we're having at the start of the season, where we were picking up points, but our performances weren't great? It seems as if now the performances are the same, but we're not picking up the results.
It's strangely, no. At the start of the season, we weren't playing well and picking up results. And then when Tonali came into the side, we were playing well, but weren't picking up results.
No, I get that as well.
We had a better start this season than we've ever had in the Prem, ever.
Yes, but we didn't play very well. You cannot say that we played very well.
We were awful.
This was when I was sticking all the long staff stats up.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Despite the fact that I haven't got a clue what the fuck he does, you know, somehow we were still getting results. And
So
when he was replaced,
Yes, we lost the next two.
we
Yes.
were playing a lot better, but not getting results.
So is there any truth to what I've been reading that Longstaff refused to go?
Yes.
Apparently,
I've
Everton came in
heard
for him and
that
he said
too.
no.
By all accounts, yeah.
Well, then that does my head in even more because.
Well, to Watford, by the way.
Huh?
To Watford. No,
No, it's Everton.
No, I've never heard. I've never seen
apparently.
anything about the Everton bid officially.
I thought Leeds were in there
no,
also.
The only approach for Longstaff has been from Watford.
Regardless, if this guy was supposed to be some sort of Newcastle team guy, and now he's refusing to go, when he might not even get another game for the rest of the season.
Yeah, but he'd be on a free at the end of the season.
No, I knew they gave him a 12-month extension.
Yeah, he's got a 12-month. They've extended his contract when he's on a 12-month. He's going to go and check it, but he's right. Dom's right. When
it's been reported by Liam Kennedy and
I think, look, I admire for the fact that he's willing to stand and fight for his place. It shows character. It does. But I do get Ben's sense. If he wants Newcastle to progress at the same time, he's got it. He'll know when he's playing with them players of Tonali, Bruno, Gordon, Miley coming up. He's not. I mean, there's things he can do which are impressive at stop game, but he's not on that level. Let's not disguise ourselves from that. You know, that's
well,
not no
fair,
hate.
Sean, he's even said in interviews like Miley is better than me already.
That tells you everything that you need to know. That isn't me saying you're just
June 30th, 2026.
And even what Stephen just said here, I hope you don't mind me putting the comment up real quick. When
no.
Refused is harsh. He said he wants to fight for his place. He's not. You got to read the room a little bit, Sean. You're not fighting for any place in this midfield. I'm sorry.
Or maybe it's a case of I want to be here for if I'm needed until the end of my contract. But like we've just established, like Dom said, he's got another year. So yes, he could leave quite easily for a nominal fee in the summer. I think he's too frightened to leave in case we do get to a final and we do have a chance of getting a trophy.
I think if we weren't still in the cup, I think he would have won.
Yeah, I think he would have left if we weren't still in the cup. And I don't blame him because he's a Geordie, and if he's got a chance to win the trophy as a Geordie, then I wouldn't want to leave either.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I've been totally.
Well, I totally agree with you, Ben. He's got to read the room.
You know, it's not just him. What I was actually thinking, because I was tuned in a little bit earlier this afternoon when
that
you
makes
guys
it change.
when you started, I was taking him to practice, so you know, I was tuned in a little bit here and there. But do you not think this is what I've been thinking? Was it last January or last summer when we could have had Wilson gone, when we could have had Trippier gone? Now Miggy didn't want to go, so all right, that was on him.
Well, you couldn't. To be fair, you couldn't have had Wilson gone either because he was injured by then.
So Atletico were willing to take him, though, weren't they?
Yeah, that was the January.
That was
when
the year.
Bayern came for trips and Atletico for Wilson.
Yeah, exactly. So you could have gotten these guys shifted, and then maybe we wouldn't have had to sell Minta and Anderson. Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was the January before they left.
Kind of.
You would have got about 30 million for both of them.
12
so you could have
months
kept
ago,
Minta or Anderson.
But 12 months ago, if you remember, we were, so deep in the mire with injuries.
Yeah, we were terrible.
Including
getting injured anyway. I don't think they played another game that season.
Yeah, but hang on. But Wilson came in for Isaac then, and he was scoring for fun. When we were, we're basically relying on 11 players then, and then Wilson got injured again, and Isaac came back from injury. But if we hadn't had Wilson, then would have been properly in the mire.
Yeah, but wasn't Wilson also injured a lot of that time also when we had Gordon up the middle?
Yeah.
Because prior to
no,
that,
no,
we're in the
I'm
Champions
talking
League. Isak
about
was playing
last
the full
season.
90 every game. Then Isak gets injured. He plays Gordon up front for a couple of games. Then Wilson comes in, plays a couple of games, gets injured. And then Isak came back and played the rest of the season.
What hid Wilson from criticism a lot last season was when he did come back and start, he did score.
Oh, he's a fantastic goal scorer when he's fit for like 2 games a season.
Big win.
It's like that Ferrari or the Alfa Romeo when you start it. It's great when it starts, but when it doesn't start.
But in terms of a business standpoint, which this is all a business, as we know, you know Wilson is extremely injury prone, and when he's fit, that should have been the time to give him the hook.
Well, that was when Amanda and Meerdad were still here, wasn't it? So Eddie Howe basically had full control over everything. Yeah. You're saying now that Mitchell is putting his foot down and he is sold Almiron. I don't think that would have happened if Mitchell wasn't here.
But now,
I think this window proves that there's only, as far as comings and goings are concerned now, there's only one boss. And it ain't Eddie.
Well, yeah, Mitchell said that when he got interviewed after the summer, didn't he? He's like, in January, I'm the boss, basically. Like, it's my team. He said when he first joined, this is my team.
That to me is effectively given the green light to Eddie to say, right, well, if that's the way you want it, fucking champion, bye-bye.
I honestly, and this is just my opinion, guys, my honest opinion is...
Wouldn't they have sacked him after the Brentford game when we lost? When we hadn't won for like 6 or 7 games? If it was this whole conspiracy of, we'll get Eddie out when it's a good moment to sack him, wouldn't we have sacked him then?
Because then possibly Paul Mitchell would have said to them, well, not now. You know, let him dig his grave a bit deeper.
And he will as well. And when
maybe the replacement that Paul Mitchell's got in mind wasn't available then. And he said, no, let him dig himself a bigger hole, and lo and behold, he goes and wins 9 on the trot.
But when I did also hear you earlier saying, as I was in and out tuning in, do you really believe that they're not backing him because they're going to sack him in the summer? Because I think you're right.
Now I do.
Yeah.
I honestly think,
regardless.
I honestly think he's only let Miggy and Kelly go on the understanding that he was going to be allowed one in. And I think the exact same things happen now. What happened in the summer? They promised him one in, and he hasn't gotten. Mitchell's not getting that one in. He's just going to throw his hands up and say, "Well, I couldn't get it over the line," and it throws Eddie further under the bus. You can call us skeptical or whatever you want to call it. I honestly think that he's expected one. It might have been a squad player, might have been a starter, but I do expect that Eddie, losing Kelly more than Miggy, would have wanted one in. And I think that he's been thrown under the bus a little bit.
It's a good window because no top 4 players gone. But I think that's basically where we're at. And
it solidifies Mitchell's position, let's be honest.
Yeah,
because he's not the one that's going to suffer.
That's what it's exactly. Yeah.
But my worry is, though, come the summer, and if we're not in Europe and we don't have any silverware, where are these top 4 players going?
We're going to be starting again from a much lower base.
Yeah. And
but I think that's why we brought in Mitchell, isn't it? That, like, regardless of how well we do, like, there's going to be a limit because of the squad we've got.
So
Mitchell's being brought in because he's an expert with recruitment.
So what you're saying, Dom, is that we are entering phase 2.
Yeah, you could put it like that. I think it's going to be a rebuild in the summer, regardless.
Tell you what, if he wins this,
because this squad is nowhere near deep enough. Even if we get into Europe, this squad isn't nowhere near deep enough.
No, then we have then we have all the excuses that we had when we were in the Champions League. Oh, it's too many games a week, and we don't have the squad depth, and it's going to be all the same excuses, guys.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just
That's when Mitchell will end up under fire. If we do qualify for Europe and do win a cup and we don't add to the squad, then it's him to blame, not Eddie.
It's going to be wash, rinse, repeat, but sadly, without Isaac, Tonali, Bruno.
No, I don't think they'll all go.
Well, the beauty is that we've got them till 2028. So if they do
But also, even if you sold all of them, so say you get 150 for Isaac, you get 100 for Bruno.
Yeah.
You'd probably want another 100 for Tonali.
Yeah, easy.
That's 350 million for just them three. Now that's then amortized over 5 years.
Yeah.
You can build a full new 25-man squad with that kind of money.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, what you're saying is, and it could well be PIF's attitude. I don't dispute that. I think that's what. In fact, I think that is exactly what it is.
But
and under
Dom,
PSR,
and so we're going back to square one.
Mitchell said we have to trade. We can't just keep signing and keep everybody.
Yeah.
But Dom, to your point, if that happened, if we did get rid of all those and we got let's say 350 million over the 5 years, that would be amazing. If I had the trust, like a Man City might have the trust in their team to go and build. I don't have that trust in our lot. Certainly not now.
Is it Mitchell you don't trust, or who is it you don't trust in terms of recruitment?
What's left?
Well, yeah, sort of. What's left of players? You mean, Andy? Because that's fair.
To answer that point, I would rather.
I'd be more worried if Howe was fully in charge of transfer spending.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
If I'm a player coming into Newcastle after they've just lost Bruno, Tonali, and Isaac, I'm like, who am I playing with?
Yeah. Because Longstaff will still be on the bench. They'll extend him another 12 months.
I'd be like, who am I playing with? I've got Gordon on the left who will want to leave because them three have just gone.
Yep.
I've got Botman at the back of us who also is going to want to leave. So the pressure is going to be on the first one that comes through the door. So the first one's going to have to be a bloody big name. So you're probably talking 150 million straight away. There's 30 of budget gone straight away. Is it a Fabian Wirtz, for example? Do you know what I mean? I mean, we're singing in dreaming land here. We are hypothetically speaking here. But I mean, I would not like that job.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that this does happen.
No, I don't think it all happen in one window, mate. I think it would be.
No.
That's the thing. I don't think it'll all go in one window.
But there's no 18-month period. I mean, we've seen it happen with Keegan. I mean, when Dalglish took over and he got rid of, Ginola, Ferdinand, the core that what got where we were. I mean, brought in Dad's Army and Ian Rush and John Barnes and whatnot. It screwed it. And it's how long did it take to recover until Bobby took over?
5 years to recover.
Yeah, I think that's the worry that fans have got because of what's happened in the past in terms of us being bad sellers and bad recruiters.
Yeah.
But I think you've got to trust the people that we've got in the club now in terms of recruitment, that they will bring the right players in.
So
like over the past 5 years, how many bad players have we actually signed?
I think over.
Well, we haven't signed any bad players.
Target's got to be up there. Target's got to be up there simply because of the fact that
Target,
the
I think, is a bad deal. He was all right.
Bad deal. Yeah.
I think we propelled quicker than we thought we would.
But I think again that was only because Lewis Hall developed more quickly than we thought he would develop.
Yeah.
Because Matt Target for me is still a perfectly good, more than adequate Premiership left back.
See, you were talking about Harvey Barnes and Gordon earlier, Win. I honestly believe that Harvey Barnes was bought not as a backup to Gordon, but actually, I think they thought Gordon was going to take longer to develop than he actually did. So they were going to play Gordon more Harvey Barnes more that season. But because Barnes picked up an injury early in the season and they played him on the left, and they went, do you know what it is? I think he's suited the left. Let's just play him on the left. Well, Barnes is going to have to fight for his place now.
I think Gordon was bought to play on the right wing. He played every time.
Yeah, well, I said that. I've said this for.
And it was
I said this when we
Barnes
signed
got injured that he had to play on the left. But anyway, lads, listen, we've gone past midnight. We've still seen nobody. It is what it is, and I've got an appointment tomorrow morning at 9:30. So I am going to have to love you and leave you. Thank you all very much for coming on. Thanks all of you, 236 people who are still with us right now.
Oh, thank you everybody for the birthday wishes, by the way.
And
it's lovely. Thank
for
you.
all the chats and super chats and membership donations, you've been absolutely fantastic. Sadly, we have nothing, absolutely nothing to report. So it's goodbye from him, and it's goodbye from me.
We are getting a new bang-on edition on Dom. Nice to see you, Dom, lad.
Cheers, Amazon.
Indeed. Welcome, Dom. He has been on a few times before, by the way.
I won the quiz.
I know, I've missed him.
He won the quiz when he came on the quiz. Where are you?
I know, but he didn't have his camera on then. I didn't see him.
No, that wasn't Dom. That was Tiger who didn't have the camera.
I might have had a few. I can't remember.
Okay, do. See you all later.
Take care, everybody. All the best, Ben. Good to see you.
Cheers.
How are the lads?
Take care, everyone.